Okay, so that was fun. Not, I think I know what happened. I have a hotkey on my Stream Deck that ducks my VR avatar, or VTube avatar, and, it's Alt 2, and I accidentally was still on OBS when I hit Alt 2, but that must be a hotkey to, like, changing the stream or ending the stream, because as soon as I hit it, it, like, disconnected my stream. So, I need to check OBS and see what freaking button Alt 2 is set to, but man, did it ruin things. No talking on the loading screen. I needed a perfect... Okay, alright, okay, we can go back to the movie, fuck. Okay, so make sure that if you're still in chat for the other stream, tell people to come over here, I guess. That was so unfair. That was so unfair! Everything was set up to be good. Okay, here we go. Here we go for real. And this time, I'm not going to be on OBS. I'm going to click on YouTube so that I don't foobar everything. There we go. I think deleting the old video crashed its chat. Okay, good. At least the video's deleted, so if they like go to my channel, they'll see the new video. Okay. Yeah, so if you didn't see it, this is a Death Note scene that somebody fit with audio from that leaked call with Arcadum and Naomi. I believe Naomi is also the character in Death Note that he's speaking to, so it lines up really perfectly. You have a few alternatives. Alt F4. No one truly escapes Alt F4. I might as well. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I almost hit the duck button again. Why did I almost hit it? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm muting myself here. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay, I'll just be quiet. Here we
go. I mean, do you think that if you didn't do D&D that people wouldn't be friends with you? Like, that's not the case.
Yes. No. I know that's in fact, I can give you a percentage. It is actually, I believe it is 17.8% of the people that I run D&D for will continue to be my friends once the game is done. I have that number for you. I have made that calculation. I have made that calculation 4 separate occasions. The evidence is empirical. So, sorry. I believe it is 48% of you won't talk to me ever again.
Wait, what about the other percent?
Passing messages, not a real friendship. Now, those numbers are probably going to be more bloated onto the passivity due to my position as a streamer. I haven't done the recalculations based off of that yet, but I can tell you unequivocally that the use of D&D in order to make friends has a 17.8% retention rate. That's the tragedy that I live. So, I don't expect you to understand that. I don't bring it up because it just makes people feel awful. But that's the reality of it.
I mean, is that like for all DMs or for you specifically?
That's for me. I can't speak for all DMs.
Right.
That's for me specifically. But considering that that's the only measurement that matters is because it's me. I'm not someone else. So, yeah, that's me specifically.
Okay, but like, have you thought about why they wouldn't? Like, aside from the obvious clout chasers, because
oh no. This is before clout.
Okay.
This is before any of that. These measurements are based off my entire career. So, 17.8%.
Okay. Well, have you thought about why though?
Of course I have, Naomi. Please. Yes, I have. I have augmented behaviors. I have done experiments to determine why. I have tried to pick different ethnicities. I've tried to do different gender counts. I've done everything that was within my power to experiment, and that number has remained depressingly the same. So, that's the way it is. It could just be because it's me.
Also, it could just be me. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe, guys, what do you think it is? You know, is it possible that every race, every ethnicity, every gender is the problem? Or maybe, just maybe, it could actually just be Arcadum, you know, being insufferable. Okay, wait, I need to go back to break while I change the screens and stuff. Of course I have, Naomi. Come on. Christ, this guy is awful. He's so awful. Oh my god. Did you try being a good person? Exactly. That was perfect music. That is one of the best things I've seen. One of the best things I've seen. Okay, I need to put song credits back up. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Oh, well. And that. Okay, we are all set, guys. Are you ready to read more of this guy? I feel like I missed a trip last stream. Okay, so for those of you who didn't make it to the last stream or haven't seen the whole thing, that's okay, because technically these messages, these twitlongers, are just all these women's experiences, and it's like 12 of them, and they're technically all experiences with different people that happened at the same time or around the same time. So they could be read in any order. I'm just reading them in the order that they seem to be kind of released, because the guy I was listening to was reading the first one, or the first two, day one, and then more kept coming out as he was still on the first two. So, and we are going to play a drinking game, although don't use alcohol, you'll die. I've got a LaCroix hibiscus, so you might notice certain patterns with him in the way he talks to people and the things he says. So that's what we drink for. Like, anytime he gives someone a hard time for being friends or like playing with other people, drink. Anytime he says, oh, well, you're just reading too much into it, after he acts really passively aggressively, take a drink. There's other ones too. People will remind us, I'm sure. You met a guy like this. He wanted to prove he was smarter than everyone. He finally received a ticket for troubling the peace because he was so annoying. Yeah, how come this narcissism is always with the like dumbest people? God, yeah, Somersault is the next one. I don't know if this was necessarily the third released, but it was one of the earlier ones for sure. Theirs is a very sad, they did a whole VOD explaining everything behind the scenes and rambled for like 20 minutes while also crying over the bad shit Arcadum did to them and others. Yeah, people are freaking traumatized, and I can see why. Like, just reading this and being a third party is horrible. I can't imagine like being close to this person and then being treated that way. Let's see, grab your nearest dictionary and look up the word gaslighting. Yeah, and there's a lot of, like, uses for gaslighting, but from what I understand, like, in the roughest terms, it's, like, where you say something to somebody or you do something. Like, for instance, like, if Miss Kittens, like, was in a call with, like, other people on my Discord, and then I was like, oh, you're with other people, you didn't hang out with me. Anyway, have fun with, so-and-so, I guess. You don't need me anymore. And then she's like, whoa, what the heck is going on? And then I'm like, what do you mean? I just said have fun. I was being nice. You're reading too much into it. That's gaslighting. Like, you do something really nasty, and then, like, you say it didn't happen, and then that other person is, like, crazy and stuff. Like, he actually said to one of the girls, I didn't do that at all. Are you taking your meds? It was so freaking bad. Like, but yeah, gaslighting is, like, doing stuff and then trying to convince them that the reality doesn't exist, and it's it gets overused a lot. Every time somebody has an argument with somebody else and they're having a disagreement, suddenly the other person is gaslighting. So sometimes it's being used to the point where it doesn't make a lot of sense. But in this case, I would agree, because this guy, like, won't own up to anything he ever does. So don't worry, don't let anyone do that to you, by the way. Gaslighting is when you try to convince somebody that they're in the wrong by saying that they are in the wrong. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, we confirm that it's not happening. Blink twice. Oh my gosh. So I don't know. I don't really remember this one. The ones I really remember are the other men are weak, because I told them, I asked their intentions. I remember that one. And then I remember the 17.8% Naomi one. Okay, I guess we'll get on with it then. I may switch to the cafe or the synth wave if this gets a little grating, but we'll give it a small try with a lot of these PC 86 or 88 game music. Okay. All right. Summer and Salt. My experience. Oh, if you want to read along, I've got the link in the description. And this is Summer and Salt. Okay. My experience with Arcadum and his business. First of all, I was not nearly as personally affected as other women who were hurt by him. I highly implore you to seek out their stories, read them, and give them your support. I am first going to talk about my personal experiences with Arcadum. Some of the things I am going to talk about were said in calls, so they will not have documentation. Please believe what you will. Again, to reiterate more, a lot of people involved have many different stories. This is what I personally experienced with him. My main problems began with Arcadum around a year ago, when the tire groups formed and had their first few sessions. It was an overall great experience, and even though things were a bit of a shit show now, I'm so grateful for that experience. All of the members of the tire groups were amazing people who are extremely sweet and kind. So of course, a lot of us in the tire groups made friends with one another. We even did stuff like have a Shadow X Heart of Tire Among Us crossover. It was a lot of fun, and I was able to make a lot of new friends because of it. It was during this period that I started to hang out with a lot of the new people I met in the tire groups, those being mainly Person X and Person Y. If you know, you know. I will not be dragging more people into this. They were just good people who I got along great with. After hanging out with them for a bit, I would occasionally get DMs from Arcadum asking me if I was romantically interested in either of them. Bro! Okay, drink, I guess. I guess it's a pattern now. I thought he was just really disgusting immature with that one chick, but he's doing it to other people that he didn't seem to immediately... He wasn't even, like, flirting or in a relationship with her. You said it yesterday, peeps. If you find that someone is doing something similar to this behavior, make sure to tell someone you trust so they can help you. Yeah, go to your family, go to your friends, start documenting it, screenshot it, audio record it, video record it, you know, because otherwise the person's just going to be like, I don't know, because that's what he ended up doing. He told everyone it was the girl that was talking was mentally ill, so it was a damn good thing she had all the evidence. And also, he retroactively edited messages that were like a year old to remove like the sexual connotations. What drink should I have for this stream, guys? I had a Beppis last time. Okay, we got soda cola, $7. Dr. Seven, beverage creature. Caffeine. Yes. Yes. A million times yes. I'm sorry. Overwritten. We're going boomer today, guys. We're going boomer today. How's that look? You'll need it. You'll need it. White claw vodka. The hardest thing you have. I guess that's it. Make sure you drink any soda with straws or else it'll rot your teeth. We'll give you cavities anyway. I've heard that, and that's a good thing to keep in mind. Sorry, Ulrun. You had your Beppis last stream for 4 hours, man. Okay. I would occasionally get DMs from Arcadum asking me if I was romantically interested in either of them. This felt very off-putting to me because that was, first of all, a very personal question from out of the blue. Secondly, it was none of his business, but I was not romantically interested in either of them and just wanted to be friends. So I told Arcadum such. He would go on to ask me the same question a few more times as I continued to hang out with those people, which I said every time that they were just friends. He would even, at times, follow me into VR chat parties which we would have. He would request to join the lobby off of me and say things like, I don't want you in the bad crowd of VR chat, and continue to lecture me on such topics. Okay, I've never been in VR chat. It's too social for me. I play video games to not be around other people, but... Anyone here with VR chat experience? Are there bad crowds of VR chat? Like, what are they doing? Smoking imaginary blunts? What the fuck? Oh. Let's see. Hey, where's Dragnov? He's probably in a coma from having listened to this. Oh, man. I only know a little bit about it, but it's basically VR 4chan. It's VR 4chan! Heck! Oh, that's amazing, that's amazing. There's some really depraved groups. Huh, I guess that's like any chat room, I suppose. Do we need a VR headset for VR chat? Yeah, forget about it. I have one, but it's not like easily put on. I'm really tempted to get like a hands-free one, like Oculus Quest or something. But again, I need to be saving my money for anything else. There's some rough groups everywhere. In every rough groups. Like, what is this? Kermit the Frog gonna give you a little shank? You gotta take a shower and oh yeah, this does make you want to take a shower. Yup. He would continue to lecture me on such topics. Yeah, he does seem to be very condescending and lecturing. By the way, we're in the future, not this one, but in a future one, he is gonna fly off the handle when one of these women, according to him, tried to lecture him, by the way. And we all know how much he loves to lecture other people, but God forbid you try to tell him anything. What was the lecture, by the way? You want to hear what the lecture, quote-unquote lecture she gave that made him flip his shit? It was, sometimes banter can be hurtful. That's it. That's what she said, and it made him lose his mind about her lecturing him. Damn you, Facebook. Oh, yeah, there's VR chat for workplaces now. I kind of like that, but you know. As I continued to hang out with those people, Arcadum then approached me one day asking me why we don't hang out as often. Drink! Okay. Why we don't hang out as often. A phrase I would get very familiar with. I know, it's a drinking game. You're right, Somersault. As he would still do this without putting in any effort to hang out himself. I wondered if he was doing that. Remember the last stream? I was like, he always gets mad about nobody else reaching out to him. How much does he reach out to other people? And according to her, he doesn't put in any effort to hang out himself. Okay, so he just wants everybody else to do it for him. Cool. I mean, that's what I do. Like, I hardly ever reach out. But here's the thing. If I do that, I can't be mad that people don't reach out to me, you know? Like, if you're very hands-off with things, you can't expect other people to do the work you're not doing. He said that since he introduced me to Heart of Tyre, that's such a dumb name. Heart of Tyre? Like Heart of Fire, but Tyre? He said that since he introduced me to Heart of Tyre, I didn't spend as much time with him, which I can admit I wasn't. This was partially because he was busy. Yeah, a lot of people say, and he says he's always really busy, while with the same breath cursing everyone around him for not, like, being near him as much. This was partially because he was busy, but also because I was having fun with new friends that I just made. I said as much, and he continued to mention that I didn't seek him out specifically to hang out with. The conversation died there, and he said he wouldn't bring it up again. Unbelievable. Socializing is hard. Exactly. Socializing is really hard, and it can also be emotionally draining. But the thing is, you know, it almost reminds me of Christian. Remember when Christian made that sign and was talking about how people wouldn't approach, Christian couldn't approach people, so people needed to approach Christian because Christian couldn't do it. And it's like, you gotta do it. You just gotta do it. You can't be sad that people aren't doing it for you if you're not the one doing it. Later that month, I invited him to a D&D group that I wanted to run. Well, that was nice. It included a bunch of my friends like Person X and people that I hung out with. One night while I was... what is Arcadum gonna do to fuck it up? One night while I was hanging out with a few people from that group, they started asking about my world. So I enthused and explained what the world was like a little bit. We also had someone that had never played before, so we walked him through character building, by example of some of the others building their own characters. It kinda turned into an impromptu session 0, but nothing super official yet. I still had a lot to talk to the group about as a whole. While we did this little impromptu session, we pinged Arcadum in the Discord to see if he was still interested in playing. He was offline at the time, so we didn't get a response from him. So we didn't actually do anything related to the plot or story other than just me talking a bit about what the world was like and helping people build their characters. A few days later, I spoke to Arcadum and brought up the impromptu session 0 because he never responded to the ping. He then proceeded, in my eyes, to throw a tantrum of sorts because he wasn't there. The conversation started about him wanting to watch something with me, and it turned into just a mess. The next day when we sat down to watch the show, he vocally berated me a bit. Again, this is not something that I have text evidence of as it happened in a voice call. Okay, so we do have to take this with a grain of salt, but honestly, at this point, I feel that it is in line with his character. Also, he's wondering why he never gets invited to things. This is why. You notice, she did something nice, she reached out to him, she invited him to her thing, and fast forward a month later, he's throwing a temper tantrum because he didn't respond to a ping when just out of the blue someone needed help making their character because they weren't familiar with D&D. You know, it's basically, this is why people don't ask him, because they end up getting punished for basically inviting him to things, you know? That's why. And she's gonna remember this. She's gonna remember that time she invited you to join her D&D game, you vocally berated her because you threw a tantrum about not being present for session 0, which wasn't much of anything. Yeah, this is why there's a 17%. I can only provide my half of the story. He scolded me, in a sense, for not hanging out with him as much, and how she's inviting you to stuff, and how he could tell I was choosing to hang out with others over him. He could tell me there was no point in lying about that. All right, take a drink. When he's insinuating that the woman he's talking to is lying, and he really knows the truth, and she's just lying and not admitting it. I'm afraid to hit duck. Okay. Why he attract nice people? How? I mean, we don't know these girls, but almost all of them sound reasonable and nice to a certain level. I know, right? I see tons of people that are like, oh man, I never talk to anyone, you know, nobody, blah, blah, blah. And then here you have like an objectively terrible person just surrounding himself with like 12 women that he ends up like completely bullying for a year. Join D&D games, I guess, guys, if you want to meet people. All right. Let's see. Oh, and if you do want to join a game, there is a specific Reddit dedicated to joining it, and they will post like beginner friendly or, you know, people who have never played before. I personally noticed on Reddit there was a one for Call of Cthulhu, and it was aimed at people who had never played before. And so I messaged the individual on Reddit, and, you know, went to the Discord, and they would just have these like practice session games where you kind of learned a bit about the stats and how the game worked, and, you know, roles and character sheets, and using the program that tracks stats and dice rolls and stuff, which is like, I think, Roll6 or Roll64, something like that. So and I was put in a random batch of people who had also messaged the DM that was like tutoring, and funny enough, it was the tutor, the guy, and then like 4 girls. It was so funny. It was me and like 3 to 4 other girls. So yeah, if you want to meet people and you feel like you can't just go out and do it, try online, try D&D. Let's see, D100 or D20. Did you have fun? I don't know what it was. It was the one where your boat sinks and you wash up on this like lighthouse island. And there's these spooky coins littered around the island, but it seems like the lighthouse keepers aren't there, and it's like getting dark, and there was evidence of something like bloody happening there. So, wasn't Ava one of them? Yeah, she was. So it was a good. I remember I posted about it in the Discord, and Ava wanted to like learn more about Call of Cthulhu, so she hopped on. But yeah, it was pretty cool. She roleplayed way better than I did. She was super brave. I think a large part of it was the fame. Yeah, exactly. He was one of the biggest D&D streamers. Okay, let's see. He would tell me there was no point in lying about that fact because he could tell. He then went on to say such things as, he made my friends for me. That is, take a drink. That's something he said to the previous individual who was, I think, Kelly. Like, he specifically said, I'm always trying to find you friends. And then he guilt tripped them when they make friends with those friends. Oh, there's Ava. She says the lightless beacon was the one. Nice. We didn't get too far into it, but it was enough to definitely give you a taste. I don't know what is going on in this here today, but I have my cocktail. I'm ready to drink it, idiots. Basically, this D&D Dungeon Master, one of the biggest ones on Twitch, has just been exposed by like 12 different women for being ultra inappropriate, controlling, bullying, manipulative. Like going around to their male friends and basically isolating them from the male friends by like kind of... Like, he didn't say it verbally, but he kind of pushed them away by saying he was in love with these girls. And he said he was in love with these girls, like multiple girls within like the same day. He also had like an 8-year-long girlfriend. So, gross. Really gross stuff. Let's see. He would tell me there was no point in lying about that fact because he could tell. He then went on to say such things as, he made my friends for me, and that without the game, I would have never talked to them to begin with. For the rest of the call, I had to pretty much just sit in shame as he said that to me while pretending like I was okay. I felt like at the time I deserved to be yelled at for being a bad friend or something. Yeah, it's almost like The Godfather, where he's like, I showed you the game. I introduced you to these people. I gave you everything you have. You owe me. And it's like, that's not how it works, trash being trash. Well, I'm here for the drama. Yeah, at least it's mostly harmless. I do hear about, and here's the thing, somebody who knows, please tell me, because I heard it was in VR chat. Apparently one of the girls, he like went up behind her and like humped her while crying. Was that VR chat or was that real life? Because I feel like that's drastically different. You know what I mean? So somebody please tell me. Pro Jared. I think Pro Jared was exonerated. Like, he really shouldn't be dipping into his pool of fans, you know? But it seems like most of his accusations ended up being debunked. Like, there was one person who said that, I don't know what he did, but that person also said they had a head injury and couldn't remember much of that year at all. And it was like, well, that's weird. Let's see, there are both VR chat cringy allegations and one account of real life. Okay. Alright, so Fulcon is going to be the real life one. We'll have to be careful with that one. Okay, Jared proved his own accusations false. Yeah, I remember when I was hearing about Jared, I was like, holy shit, that's awful. Yeesh. You know, and there was that meme where he divorced his wife over Twitter or whatever. But then you listened after a couple months, some really interesting stuff came out that kind of debunked a lot of it, so... His wife was really awful. Because that's the thing. His wife was like, by the way, he was cheating on this blue-haired girl. And it was so horrible. It broke my heart. And then, like, he leaked the DMs where the wife was afraid that they were drifting apart. And in order to save their marriage, she encouraged him to sleep with the blue-haired girl and, like, have an open marriage as if that would fix things. But it's like, if you tell him to sleep with this girl, you can't really go on Twitter and talk about how you just found out he was cheating. That didn't happen. Pro Jared is another can of worms, just another life just completely destroyed by a mob, you know. Over the next few months, after that incident, Arcadum continued to act like it never happened. It would be chummy with me. Over the next few months, and since then, I have kept my distance because I didn't want to experience an incident like that again. But I would still get the occasional, why don't we hang out more? And I'm sad messages from him. I then figured that he only spoke to me when he wanted pity or when he wanted someone to pat his back. Yeah, drink. Other girls have said that too. They're like, yeah, he just wanted to use me for when he was feeling bad, like he needed an ego boost, and then he would leave. Open marriages are just a sign that your relationship is doomed. I largely agree. I mean, okay, maybe there's 1 in 100 a couple that can just do open marriage and be fine. But every friend or couple I've heard about this happening with, it's always the beginning of the end. You know, I guess it's a last-ditch effort to, like, spice things up, but you have to be a really particular kind of person to function in an open marriage, I think. Because the problem is, humans are jealous, humans want attention, humans can be possessive, and having lovers is, like, the main motive of, like, killings and, like, crimes of passion and stuff. So, I mean, they'd have to be, like, really chill people to pull that off. And it's possible that one person may be that kind of person, but the other person isn't. So... Isn't being open important in marriage? I think that's a different kind of open. Alright. Okay. I kept my distance. I didn't want to experience an incident like that again, but I would still get the occasional, why don't we hang out more? And I'm sad messages from him. I then figured that he only spoke to me when he wanted pity or when he wanted someone to pat his back. Arcadum's business ethics. I want to talk about how he runs things because many people do not see what goes on behind all of the smoke and mirrors. I will first give my experience, then speak on what I know about what is going on. Arcadum refuses to reprimand his players for not doing the required preparations to play in his D&D games. That's a surprise. You'd think he'd run like a really tight ship, like micromanaging everybody. This has happened much more frequently in this phase of his games. I have been making tokens for Arcadum. I don't know what those are. Map Tools is very janky and requires a little bit of coding to make sure all the various macros work well. Macro, that's like, isn't that like a large set of systems or something? Or a large set of like code, different like plugins? It's not just a simple process of linking a picture and calling it a day. It does take quite a bit of work, especially if you want to do the job well. Okay, so this person was also kind of working for Arcadum, having to do with like running the maps or the programs or things that appear on the maps for their games. So she was technically kind of like a, I don't know, employee maybe? Or maybe she was a volunteer. I don't know if she was actually compensated. It also should be said that the tokens in map tools are the main way to play the game besides the player having their character sheets prepared. Sometimes I would be given the information to make these tokens for Arcadum only hours before the sessions. Anyone who has had strict deadlines can understand how hard it might be to be told that you need to do a rush job on a task. As if this wasn't bad enough, not all players would actually even finish building their characters before the first session. That means I would only be given the information to make these characters for people in other campaigns that I did not know, maybe 12 hours before the session was supposed to take place. Once I even had to make tokens 2 hours before the session. I cannot say enough how stressful it is to try to do all that from scratch, especially with some players not having even filled in their character sheets on their own, especially with a deadline so short. Yikes, macros in D&D tend to be automated processes that allow stuff like monsters and characters to do their mechanics without much math. That's useful. Well, in my opinion, if you get a character that was supposed to prepare their sheet and didn't, I think you ought to just, like, give them handicaps. I mean, like, not good handicaps, like, bad. Like, as in, like, you take, like, points off of, like, their strength or something, you know, to incentivize people to fill out their character sheets. Tokens are like the actual representations of the character on the screen and the stuff they control during the stream. A lot of sheets and abilities are tied to the tokens, I think. Wow, that's incredible stuff. When I played Call of Cthulhu, like, we had our own little sheets that we could, like, type in. But that was it. And then we just like moved ourselves around like we were just like little bubbles with our faces in them. So this is much more advanced. I cannot express how many characters or players did not finish their sheets. I felt like I had to build their entire characters for them. Some had only picked their class and nothing else. While this is more so a complaint on the players, Arcadum refused to push back sessions or just get the proper information that we need in a timely manner to actually run his sessions. I should also mention that me doing this was also unpaid work. I was volunteering my time and still having to deal with these strict deadlines put on me by Arcadum's lack of planning. To add on to how untimely he is, this phase introduced a bunch of new special overlays. Arcadum refused to push back sessions for other players, and because of this, I have heard that the people who work on the overlays were only given extremely harsh time frames. These overlays take a lot of time and work, but instead of pushing back sessions, the artists are expected to meet the deadlines instead. Continuing on with Arcadum's rush jobs, he often needs rush art jobs. He forgets to place art orders for sessions, so he would just put them in 12 to 10 hours before the session was supposed to begin. This was extremely stressful for the artists, even to the point where they tried to speak to him about it. But rush orders continue to come in. This is unprofessional. Arcadum has done things such as go into an unofficial artist Discord, invite a TV star friend into that server, then talk about a TV show he wants to make. He did this by making a channel called Callous Row Concepts, NDA don't talk about. Not only was this unprofessionally done in a fan Discord, one that Arcadum does not own and does not control, but simply has mod privileges in, a place that was an artist hangout, but he dragged an actual celebrity into the server, then made a channel called NDA, assuming that was enough. All without asking the actual owners of the fan server if it was okay for him to do this. I also have general concerns for the people working with him as a part of his larger business. If you are working as part of Virum or its larger team, please take care of yourselves and make sure that you are receiving and signing the appropriate documentation that is required for independent contractors. Make sure you do your own research and protect yourself. And if you feel like you haven't been given proper documentation from Arcadum's team, make sure you contact the professional ASAP. Please check here for more information, and then just a form. Firing female employees and removing female streamers that you tried to pursue does not fix the issues you have that have arisen. It's just pushing everyone to the curb. Yeah, what she's referring to here is when the girlfriend found out he was like sexting with multiple women in his circle and like working for him, he exiled them from the Discord, like booted them from the Discord, blocked them, and I guess in some cases fired them? So, gee, wonderful. I refuse to pity a man who doesn't know how to respect the women in his community, let alone all the many people who work for him in his craft. I'm just done. I want out. Okay, so we have the first time. Okay, so I was thinking we wouldn't get any Twitlongers, but we do. We do. I actually really want to see a Namir Call of Cthulhu stream. Well, Acer's Watcher, believe it or not, we actually do have someone that dabbles in D&D setting something up. It's not Call of Cthulhu, but I believe it is. I don't know how. Actually, I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name of the thing we're going to be doing, like the type of game it is. So please don't read this. No, I'm sorry. We got to. Pathfinder, no. It starts with an N. As in nice cock, bro. So, all right, Arcadum. Okay, Arcadum. Hey, I was wondering, why don't you ask to hang out with me? I don't mean to bring you... I need to zoom in, that's too... No. There. Okay, good enough. Let's see. Changed your channel name? Wow, it's really been a while. Yes, it has. Oh, yeah, I changed my name and added a little model here, so hopefully it's good. I mean... Alright, so, let's see. Okay, drink. He's asking why she isn't hanging out with him. Why don't you ask to hang out with me? I mean, I don't mean to bring you down or anything, but I constantly feel like I am the person no one wants to hang out with or spend time with. And I don't know why, but I felt like when I introduced you to Heart of Tyre, it seemed to me that you would just spend so much time with Whoops and Tate, and I hoped it's not some untoward jealousy. It is. But I feel awful about it, and I don't really know why. It's been a week since you messaged me, and I honestly want a friend in you, Summer. But I feel like... I just flashed back to that scene from Rick and Morty. Where are my testicles, Summer? But I feel like that no matter how much I want that, it's not what you want. And I'm sorry to bring it up. I honestly feel like I should just let it go. Sorry to dump that on you. Summer. Dude, I am your friend, and I would love to hang out, man. I just don't want to bug you. The reason I hung out with Tate, and still... he's so desperately needy. Snowball is my slave name. That was a good one. Let's see. You know what? I better skip this one because even though it's kind of long and drawn out, it is technically from the old Blade Runner. So we're just gonna. I'm gonna keep talking so that I don't get coded by the copyright system. But we're just gonna skip that one. That is a nice one though. It really is. Time to do the entire history of Christian. I kind of know it now. I've just been nonstop while I do my art. I need something that I don't have to really look at. I've watched so many. I ended up watching Base Shamans, Gibbies, Under the Bridge, all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. Shoot, VLC, go away. Don't do anything weird. Scream and cover the music. Yeah. This reminds you of your early teenage years in which I had zero social skills at all. You know what? You're not wrong. It kind of reminds me too. I remember being in grade school and I had just I don't know what it was, but my friend's cousin moved in to the town, and started going to that school, and they were so much closer, than I was with her, and I remember being insanely jealous and worried that, because that's the thing, when you have to pair up, suddenly you're the third, and you get left alone. So I remember being insanely worried about that happening, and I acted really bratty. And here's the thing, that's something you should grow out of, right? I look back on that and I was like, what a pathetic little brat, gee, gross, but this guy is 32 and he's still doing it, I think we all had times in our childhood where we were sad or desperate or afraid of being left alone and not having any friends when they paired up or something. So it's rough. We all look back at our previous selves and cringe. Yeah, yep. I watched so many documentaries on them too. I know, right? I do want to have a Chris Chan stream. I do, but I'm really worried about how to refer to them. Because technically they have come out as a woman. But also technically I've seen the leaked emails where they said they did it in order to go after lesbians. And then they also just assaulted a woman sexually. So I feel like it's almost maybe... does the trans community claim Chris Chan? Are they hey, yeah, that person is in our community? Or are they because if I were in that community, I would be no, this is not... Alright, I'm sorry to bring it up. I feel like I should just let it go. Sorry to dump that on you. Summer. Dude, I'm your friend, and I would love to hang out, man. I just don't want to bug you. The reason I hung out with Tate and still hang out with Whoops is because we just get along. I was just able to talk to people and have fun hanging out. I love hanging out with everyone, and I'd love to do more shit like play games with you, but I also don't like inviting myself to things and never know when you want/have time to do things. I love you, man, and you are and always will be my friend. Hugs. I don't know why you think I'm not your friend when I love you to death, man. I love being around you and hanging out with you. Arcadum. And that's another thing, like, if apparently he says he's busy, everybody else says he's busy, and yet he's expecting everybody else to reach out to him. If you're the one that has such a tight schedule, you have to say what days you're available and what's coming up for you. Otherwise, people will just assume you're working and busy. Some of the trans community tends not to claim Chris, while some do. Depends, really. Huh. Because, I mean, like, what do you do when you see the email where, and even it said in the email, yeah, I don't actually consider myself a woman or anything, but this is gonna widen my dating pool to lesbians, and it's like, damn it, Chris! Let's see. I think some people do rely. I'm just erring on the side of caution. Yeah, but the problem is, I've known about Christian for so long. It's gonna be real hard, and I'm gonna fuck up constantly. It's gonna make me nervous because I'm worried people might come with the pitchforks. Oh well, Arcadum. You say these things, and yet you don't ask to hang out with me, and you don't seek me out. Whoops hosts a meetup in VR chat, and you show up and no doubt he has to invite you specifically. There is only so many times. Oh, this guy. Just refer to a woman to be safe, yeah. That's gonna be more for my own protection rather than my thoughts on Chris Chan, I think, though. Okay, Arcadum. You say there's only so many times I can take the I care about you. Okay, so there's only so many times I can take the, quote, I care about you, I want to hang out with you, end quote, but then you don't actually do it. I know I'm busy, but hell, just the request would be fun. See, and there it is. He just wants to feel wanted. He knows he's busy, but he wants people to want him and need him. He said the same thing to the previous girl where he's like, well, I wasn't actually that attracted to you. I just wanted to find out if you wanted me or not. And it's like, that's gross. I know I'm busy, but hell, just the request would be fine, even if I can't do it and would have to say I can't. I'm glad you get along with them. I just can't help but feel once Heart of Tyre ends, you won't speak or spend time with me again. Just like the my god, something in my eye. Okay, you won't speak or spend time with me again, just like the hundreds of players before. There's that 17.8%. And even though I know that is the cost of what I do, I was just hoping that it wouldn't be this way this time. But I am truly glad to have helped you make some friends that make you happy and that you care about. This will be the last time I bring this up, and I am sorry if I caused you distress. Yeah, and that face right there is the face I'm sure everyone's making. Ugh, stop. Neediness is one of the most off-putting things about a person. I know, exactly. That's why even if you like are really invested or you really like the person, you just have to back up. Let's see. I wonder. I think it's an eyelash. Let's see. I wonder if he blocks off hours on a schedule for his harassment. Yeah, well, people have said that he does it while he's like actually streaming on Twitch. So he's nuts. His body is made of 17.8% slime. Yeah, Ava, if you're not familiar, I would recommend YouTubing Gaslight Yagami and listening to this. They took a voice call, a leaked voice call, and put it to Death Note. It's 2 minutes long. It's amazing. We played it at the beginning of the stream. It's pretty good. Arcadum, it's all good. I understand. Summer. Oh, wait, what is this? This is a new thing. The second incident involving Session 0. It's still in my eye. Hang on. Ow. Ow. So this is that Session 0 where she had the gall to actually invite this guy to something, and then he ends up punishing her for it because she didn't invite him to every single session. And it's like, gee. I wouldn't even say like she didn't invite him to a session. She did invite him, and it wasn't an official session. They were just all hanging out, and one person was asking about how to make their character, and so it kind of turned into a tutorial. Great. You love some YouTube lore. Yeah, it's amazing. It's way better than you'd think it would be. Arcadum. It's all good. I understand. Summer. They pretty much just did an impromptu session 0, so my brain fried itself. Arcadum. Oh, so I guess I'm not involved with that then. Summer. We pinged you, and you didn't reply. Frowny face. Arcadum. Where? We still have room in that one, in the D&G chat in that server. Arcadum. I was away today, Summer. I wasn't on my Discord. Well, then I guess you can't be angry about missing the invite. Huh, Arcadum. I wonder what the formula is behind that. Is it just a straight calculation, a percentage of people he kept in close contact with? Do people who occasionally check? He actually counted out the amount of people he's or dungeon mastered for, and then like tallied up how much of them message him. So he actually did do the math. Summer, it was yesterday. Arcadum, you just said you did an impromptu session 0. Lol, why? What? Summer, because they were all there and wanted to work on characters. Yeah, if you and a group of friends are gonna do a D&D thing, like, even though the D&D thing is scheduled, people might be excited for it and talking about it, which gets everybody stoked and they want to talk about their characters and bring up ideas. So it ends up turning into an impromptu, like, tutorial. Which makes sense. It wasn't like a meeting or anything, just making characters and stuff. Arcadum, just forget drink. Just forget it, guys. They ping him. Oh god, that burns. They ping him and he still throws a fit. Can't win with this guy. Yup. Yeah, and he's like, I wasn't at my Discord yesterday, Summer, as if it's her fault. When, meanwhile, you just know he would rake one of these girls over the coals if they didn't immediately reply to him, like, for an invite. Don't back down, stomp your feet, dig in your heels, nothing bad about it. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta, these people are letting Arcadum walk all over them, and that's, I mean, the problem is they're nice and they're patient, and so they're getting stepped on. This guy's absolutely taking advantage of their niceness and their patience. That's the only measurement that matters because it's me. That's the problem. He seems like the kind of person that is selfish and feels obligated to have you. Oh yeah, absolutely. He's the main character in the story. Yup. Main character syndrome, hard. You should have seen him go off about how he was a military man, but then it turns out he was like logistics in the Air Force. Okay. Arcadum, just forget it. Have fun. I wanted to, I just can't make plans until after I'm done with everything. Well then why are you angry? Summer, yeah, we don't plan to start for a long time anyways. That's why there's still a lot of time. We were just excited and wanted to sit down and ask questions about characters. Just looked up the Light Yagami thing. The Gaslight Yagami is amazing. I don't know who did that, but they're talented. Yeah, we don't plan to start for a long time anyways. That's why there's still a lot of time. They just were excited and wanted to sit down and ask questions about character stuff. You are still more than welcome because we have a long way to go still. Arcadum, whatever. Don't worry about it. Drink. Pull a bitch fit and then say, whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Have fun. Ugh. Summer, well, I am now, so just let me know if you want to join and play after endgame and all of that. You are welcome to. Arcadum, don't drink. God damn it, Arcadum, stop. Too many sips. I know. Don't worry about it. Just play. Actually, you know what? Don't worry about tomorrow either. I don't want to interrupt things. Dude, hold up. So he's actually, like, canceling stuff with her because he's so big baby rage mad. This guy... We're all victims from having to hear... Are you guys taking psychic damage? I am. This is like that thing where it hits your mana and you're just, like, slowly losing it. I think the sad part is people are willing to put up with this as it is a place of enjoyment and fun for them. With the bad comes the good. They should have to put up with it. They shouldn't have to put up with it, but they do because they enjoy it. Yeah. And not to mention, like I said, this is apparently from what people have said, one of the biggest D&D Twitch streamers, and he was about to get a TV show. Oh god. MLG Hasrad with the $5. For someone who is a D&D master, he keeps failing to roll a wisdom check when he treats girls like this. I forgot to put on the jar. Shoot. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Arcadum, I'm sorry I slept through it a couple of days ago. Summer, we are watching shit tomorrow. You aren't interrupting shit. They want to ask questions, so I was there to answer them. You are welcome to join a campaign. I want to watch shit with you, period. It's fine. Your internet died on Saturday, so it's whatever. Arcadum, lol, so you had something planned tomorrow? You know what? Just forget it. Alright, drink. Jesus. Prop time. What do you guys want to see? How about a dessert? I think we all need a little bit of jelly, because this guy is mad jelly with these girls. Just fuck. Yeah, okay. That's good. Beginners D&D, Nimir, just slide in and get it at that D&D shows. Right? The kind of person to say, leave me alone, then when you don't respond, they keep messaging. And that's the thing you'll notice. A lot of these times, he keeps saying stuff like, just forget it, or don't worry, have fun. But he doesn't want them to stop. He wants them to beg him to come back and talk things through with them. He never wants them to just forget about it or don't worry about it. He wants them to say, no, Arcadum, it's fine, it's okay, come back, I'm really sorry. He wants them to beg. Yeah, again, if you're seeing any similarities to your personal relationships or family relationships, please understand that maybe you need to distance yourselves from them if they're treating you like this or anything similar to this. Summer. No! What? Arcadum, I stayed here with my phone waiting on a message from you all night while I did other things. Okay, so you weren't just sitting there waiting on her, you were doing your usual crap and then just hoping she messaged you. Okay, dude. Guys, he was waiting for her to message him all night because she had the nerve to talk with her friends about her upcoming D&D game. He's stuck with a teenager mentality. Yeah. And this guy's 32, by the way, apparently. Summer, when did I say I had something planned for tomorrow? I said that I had to do work tonight, and if we didn't watch stuff tonight, then tomorrow for sure. Arcadum. Lol, and what work was the impromptu D&D shit, which by definition wasn't planned, and you could have messaged me and let me know. Summer, I wasn't just doing that, I was doing my class and schoolwork that I neglected all week as well. Yep, basically having to defend herself over and over again. Evidence it's him. Okay, yep, so there she is. She's sometimes they also had videos where they would, move their mouse around, so I should also say we know it's him because he's responded and talked about the woman he did, the women plural that he did this to, and the messages. So he's he's addressed these and hasn't said they're untrue. I mean, he tried at the beginning and then he went in and edited them a year later. But yeah. This guy. He may be 32, but his conversation tells me he's 14 and is a nice guy. I know, the fedora tipping. Okay. We're gonna go move to one of the next ones. So, we did Kelly Siren, we did,
Hey, champ.
Oh, shit. No. Critical. I gotta watch that video later. I'm not your dad, and I'm very curious to see what's going on there. Okay, okay, yeah. So, then we did Momo. Then we did... Who else is there? Okay, I think we have Naomi now. Okay, Naomi, Oops, I survived. I think there are a few moments in these accounts where Arcadum legitimately mixes up which girl is which and which lies he told them happens in one of the calls. Really? That's so funny. Although who can blame him when you're doing this to 12 different women? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's so amazing. Okay, Naomi. Why did I think one of these individuals had a name spelled N-O-A-M-I? Noemi or something. I feel like I'm going crazy. What? Okay. And somebody also said Naomi had a better, more updated thread on these accusations. Critical calling us champs. Yeah, that's what he said. Sorry. That vid's in my sidebar. I'll be heading to it after this. Me too. Let's see, where do I find the leaks? Oh, they are linked in my description. You should see, like, the third line should say, like, DMs, and then it should have a link to a thread, and each thread has the woman's name and then the twitlonger that she posted. This guy had, like, 12 twitlongers posted on him, like, in 2 days. It's amazing. And if you're looking for ones we already read, you can watch the previous stream. In that stream, we read Kelly Sirens, who was in charge of, like, music and stuff. He's the one that, she's one of the ones he sexted, and then booted when his girlfriend found out. And then after that is Momo, who he really gaslit and, manipulated. And then we just did Summer and Salt. Now we've got Naomi. Naomi Oop. Although I have heard that Naomi Oop has a more updated Twitch thread. The one I have in my description is by Momo. But you can find Naomi Oop as one of the women in the thread. So. Noemi as Ristolpa. I know, right? The Gaslight Yagami girl. Yep. Where do I find the leaks? I would enjoy analyzing repeated behavior and manipulation. If you're interested, some of these VTubers have come out, like, crying on stream when they try to describe how the last year being under this guy's thumb was. It's nuts. I'll work on it tomorrow and offer you a PDF analysis so you can become Professor Namir. If you make one, I swear on my gravestone, I will read it on stream, I promise. If you'd like, if that's something you like. Okay. Naomi, the Arcadum experience. Makes it sound like a freaking, what do you call that? ARG game, you know? Let's see. He got him to tears. A couple of them went on stream and was, like, trying to talk about what he would do, and some of them broke down, which, I mean, out of frustration, I could imagine it. Like, if I were trying to explain, like, imagine you were any one of these people, right? And you were trying to explain to a friend that didn't know who any of these people or who this guy was, and they hadn't seen the messages, and you didn't have the messages. Like, how would you explain what this guy was doing, you know? Because it doesn't make sense. Like, you guys know because you've seen, like, 3 hours of this. But if you started to say, well, like, oh, he was really passive-aggressive, and he would give me hard times when I was with other people, and he would be really jealous, that it just doesn't convey, you know? It's so hard to explain what he did, because he didn't do anything illegal, except for somebody says he might have with one of the girls whose names start with F. Fona, something like that. I haven't read that yet. I haven't heard about that one yet, so we'll have to get to it. I can't even manipulate my coworkers into doing their jobs correctly. I know, right? I honestly get anxious every time I DM someone. I can't imagine, like, wrapping them around my thumb like this. He's a trash man. He comes out and he starts eating garbage. Yeah. Just some simple manipulation tactic. It's good to explain and show. Yeah, absolutely. This should be studied, honestly, in, like, psychology for, like, manipulative, controlling, isolating behavior. The Arcadum experience. Thank you for coming to read my story, watch my recordings, and hear my support to friends who are also struggling through worse problems with the same person. You all know I keep my nose out of drama as much as possible, but from what I've seen, some of my dearest friends have been treated so heinously over the past week and beyond that, the last 2 years, that I cannot stay silent any longer. I'm going to be concise with sharing my perspective alongside the evidence. It's been really hard trying to parse all of this and support the other women while also attending a family member's funeral. And I've been in a perpetual... Man, imagine a family member dying while this shitstorm just explodes onto the internet with all your friends. I've been in a perpetual cycle of breaking down and coping. I will do my I will do my best here. So forgive me if anything is worded poorly. If there's anything that needs clarification, I will address it. Here are my experiences with Arcadum. Okay. On issues, January 19th, 2020. Okay, so this is, wow, this was earlier than most of the other DMs we've seen. I hate to recommend Destiny to anyone. I know what you mean. But he has a 5-hour video where he reads some of these accounts and dissects the 40-minute call between Arcadum and Naomi and does a good job of explaining a lot of his behaviors. Yeah, the way you summed Destiny up, I think, is, like, incredibly accurate. Like, he's got really good points. He's really intelligent, but my god, is he, like, super insufferable sometimes. Jesus. Okay. Naomi, so excited. Arcadum, that I just can't hide it. Naomi, I have a loop of those 2 lines for like 2 minutes straight as an alert. Naomi, hang on. There we go. Naomi, you got me on those questions in the last minute though. I'm going to put in a bit of work off stream for something. Arcadum, we will be yes, and for 2 days total. Naomi, 2 days have passed, or we'll be in Bleak for 2 days. Arcadum, 2 days have passed. Naomi, all right, thank you very much. And then she posts some really nice art. That's good stuff. That's pretty, I like that. Naomi, Mask of Shades. And she's got it really expressive, like the eyes are big, but they're not like anime big. That's really hard to do. I think there's a sweet spot between anime and like totally realistic where you can still get like really fun fantasy works that are expressive. But it's a thin line between too realistic and too anime. Mask of Shades, Arcadum, hell yeah. Naomi, Leisis is working on the final draft thing, so I'll have art for you tomorrow. Arcadum, feels really good, man. Tomorrow's gonna be a good day. Naomi, it so is. Arcadum, I feel like I have so much pressure on me right now. I feel pretty good about it. I just wish I didn't have all this negativity on me. Naomi, here he goes, sympathy fishing. Naomi, negativity? Also, I'm sorry, I'm in a call right now, so I can't super respond well, but I will after. Arcadum, oh, okay, never mind. Naomi, feel free to send a message, though. I absolutely will get back to you. Naomi, I think I'm done with this call soon. Naomi, all right, I'm free to read and respond. Is the negativity just pressure on yourself and that feeling of not being good enough? Or is it from something or someone external? Naomi, because if you're happy with the pressure on you, it obviously is separate that there is negativity on you. Arcadum, mostly the negativity I feel from home, I guess. Arcadum, I feel pretty frustrated most of the time when it's time to rest and relax. Naomi, oh heck, is everything alright with Tiff? Is it family stuff? Tiff is his girlfriend, Tiffany. They've been together like 8 years, from what I've heard. Arcadum, yeah, things between us haven't been good lately. It's something that has been going on for about a year, pretty much ever since she basically fooled around on me. Ooh, yeah, that could definitely put a lot of stress and pressure on a partner to cheat on them like that. Although I guess he ended up cheating on her too, so great, good job, guys. There's a lot of history in it, and to be honest, I've been struggling with happiness for a while. Alright. You are not there to fix broken people, yeah. Let's see. I think there's a thin line between anime. Is anime ghost? Oh yeah, I'm clearly anime inspired. I mean, definitely like real close to anime, if not completely anime. But that drawing, like, it could kind of pass for outside anime, I think. Did she actually cheat, or was this said to make him look like the victim in the ooh sad boy? That's a really good point. Like, should we actually trust anything Arcadum says? But I mean, it could be, honestly. And then maybe he took that as an excuse to just do whatever he wanted. Arcadum, there is a lot of history in it, and to be honest, I've been struggling with happiness for a while. That's a lot to dump on you. Naomi, no, it's very understandable. It's also the messages in ma right now and brain. That really sucks to hear. It's a hard thing to get through, and understandably, some people can never fully get over it or forgive. You definitely do a good job of hiding it, whether that's for stream or not, but it doesn't sound healthy. Have you been communicating well? It's a lot to catch you up on, but essentially she doesn't want to change or do anything, and yet another year has gone by and she hasn't married me. Well, 8 years, I mean, that is a long time. Although I wonder why she won't marry you. Arcadum, so I am pretty distraught by it. Naomi, are you engaged? I thought you were already married, honestly. Arcadum, negative. We have been engaged for 8 years. Naomi, oh wow, that's a very long time. I'm sure that frustration keeps building too. Was her fooling around very serious? Yeah, did she actually cheat, or did she, like, talk to a boy and have him flip his shit? It's entirely possible he suspects her of cheating. Yeah, I bet you if she did cheat, he'll tell Naomi here. There's no way he's gonna keep that private if he can use it for sympathy points. Was her fooling around very serious? 7 years into an engagement and doing that. It's pretty shitty. I'm so sorry to hear about that. Arcadum, it was Erp in the living world. Okay, so the living world is a VR chat room. So it's a VR game. Like World of Warcraft, but you put the headset on and you look through your character's eyes. And I don't know what Erp is. It was Erp in the living world. Is anybody up on the VR chat lingo? What does Erp mean? Erotic role play. I guess that's cheating? I mean, it's not physical cheating, but it can definitely hurt your part. Well, though, wait a minute. But isn't the whole point of these D&D things, like, to act? So, like, isn't it entirely, like an actor, you know what I mean? Like, if you're playing the role, and in the story, like, your character is in love with, like, the prince or whatever, and the prince is played by another actor and not your husband, and your character is, like, betrothed to him or kisses him, like, it's acting, it's not like you actually... Because if it's just a chat room, yeah, that's cheating. But if it was D&D, and here's the thing, apparently one of the common complaints for this guy is that as a dungeon master, he would get angry when his characters would date each other, but he was always trying to get his female players' characters to date his characters, i.e. the NPCs, like set them up in relationships. So is that not the same kind of cheating? Let's see... She herbed by being in a room with guys. Maybe. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I can see it if she actually did, like, have, like, I don't know, like, phone sex on VR, then yeah, that's cheating. But, or was it, like, a D&D game, but erotic roleplay? Like, how far, I don't know how far it went. You know, was it basically just, like, flirting between two characters? Because I don't know if he's overblowing it or not. Possibly she was playing a role and was too flirty. Yeah, this guy has issues when friends he's never been romantic with, like, date other people. It's weird. I don't know. I'll give him the benefit. I will kind of give him the benefit of the doubt that she was, like, maybe having, like, phone sex via VR. Or, on the other hand, maybe she was just role-playing flirty with another player's character. I don't know. This guy, I don't want to give this guy the benefit of the doubt because he has shattered it every time I try. Either way, though, I can get how it could hurt him. It was erotic roleplay in the living world that may not seem like much, but it broke our rule. Because the living world is a D&D thing he created. Like, the living world is a D&D VR chat thing. And it really hurt me. Naomi, no, if it's a boundary crossed, it's a boundary crossed. Even people in open relationships have boundaries, like not being with specific people, and you might think, well, they can sleep with anyone. Why is it so bad if they slept with that one person? Naomi, that's trust you put down, lines of faith and respect, and if they're broken, that's a lot. Arcadum, yeah, but yeah, it's like I have been sad all the time. Naomi, shit, I was just telling the friend maybe I should zoom out. This one's kind of more... Okay, that's a bit better. Where am I? Yeah, it's like I've been sad all the time. I was just telling the friend I was in call about your DMing, linked him our campaign and everything. And one of the things I said was that you've been a DM for so many years, and the only two things in your heart that your heart has room for is D&D and Tiffany. Naomi, well, not lately, I guess. That's because he's sexted with a lot of people. Naomi, I'm sorry, man. If you ever need a vent, I'm happy to listen. I don't think I could offer much advice, and I especially don't want to give any unsolicited, but at least I could offer an ear. That's a very hard situation to be in. You deserve to be happy, and it sucks to not be on the same wavelength as your significant other. Arcadum, not to mention she won't take care of her health problems, and even after I keep telling her to, she just won't. Naomi, oh geez, are they serious? Arcadum, yeah, they are, and it's like we get free healthcare because military, but she keeps making excuses. Naomi, that's absolutely ridiculous. Does she not value her health at all, her life? Also, unrelated, but a small image of Neve art. Liasis is in the process of sending me the HD version. Nice. Oh, these were done by Liasis, I guess. Very cool. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Okay, I messed up. Okay, so that was... Let me see, did I already do this one? Okay, we just finished that one. I need to remember to make it in new tabs and not anything else. Clearly Tiffany was not enough. Yeah, he was clearly really unsatisfied with her. And I think that's why... He kept saying he didn't feel like a man around her, so I guess he went to these other women hoping for an ego boost, you know? Why is he exposing all this stuff to Naomi? A bit much? Well, I think he's trying to use it as, look how hard my life is, so, you know, you should, you know, hang out with me and do what I want you to do. He's desperate for pity points, yup. He may just need to vent, though. I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. The Black Pantheon creeps in. Man, do you know what you're gonna do about all this? It doesn't sound like a situation you could just leave hanging. It won't solve itself, but solving people problems can be one of the hardest things. Arcadum, I have no other choice, really. I still care about her, but man, does she make it hard to. Naomi, you always have choices. Some of them are just sad and difficult. Some may require a different approach. All are exhausting in a situation where you really shouldn't be having issues, but should be having happiness and love and support. Arcadum, yeah, it's a lot to deal with, but right now I am just trying to get my stream to the point that I can be proud of myself. Naomi, let me know if there's ever anything I can do, dude. At the very least, you shouldn't have to shoulder the entire burden alone, and I will always promise confidentiality, of course. I'm willing to get ready to stream right now, but if there's a need, I will take time. And hopefully your crazy successful stream can be a great source of confidence, inner strength, and pride. Arcadum, have a good stream. And hey, I mean it, alright? I know how hard shit like that can be, and how desperate and lonely it can feel. When I was in a situation like that, friends definitely pulled me out of the hole I was in. You are a most hell yeah brother pal, and if you gotta talk it out or want company while working or whatever, if I'm awake, it'll happen. He didn't even respond. January 20th. Like, she just said something really nice. 19th, okay. She's like, look, man, I'm always going to be there for you. No matter the time, just reach out to me. And then he just like, okay. Maybe he logged off before that, though. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see. If his contract was completed, even if it was dishonorable, he still gets benefits. Yeah. If he still gets military medical, then there's no way. He must have, like, successfully retired, I guess. Maybe. Because I don't think you get the military benefits after just, if you only do 4 years or something. Huh. Let's see. Naomi. Oh, hey, before I start, I was going to ask, I plan on starting to go ham on my fitness tomorrow. Session 2, fresh start, fresh workout, and health ethic. Want to join my pact? Yo. Oh, and then 5 hours later. That's a nice thing to do, because whenever I get, like, really into my workout, like, it's nice to have, like, a accountability buddy, so that you don't just fade off, like, 2 weeks in. Naomi, yo, how are you doing today, my friend? Arcadum, doing okay. D&D starts in 5 minutes. Naomi, oh, sweet. I'll be there watching, I don't know what this slang is. /adventure well. Or maybe it's like a salute. Okay, like a little guy's head and then his arm out, waving. Arcadum, Donkey, Naomi, hey man, my hands smell like smoke, ashes, and ink, so I want to send this over before the campaign, because it might be a pain in the ass to read in the moment. And she sends him a cool, like, parchment thing. That's pretty cool. They are really into this, and I mean, that's nice, you know? Okay, I think that's it. We've read all 3. One day out of nowhere, Arcadum started venting about his domestic issues, normally a fine and normal thing between friends. However, this is the kind of conversation that preceded a lot of what I felt like pity-baiting and pressuring to engage in lewd behavior with me and also all the other girls that are speaking. Oh, so he did try it with Naomi. Gee, more on this below. Okay, so this is June. So this was January of 2020. This is June of 2020, so summer, halfway through the year practically. Round 2, yep. Oh, you think it's a server channel? Okay, that would make sense. Okay, yep. It's him. Alright. What does it say? No, fuck. No, wait. No. I clicked. Okay. January, June. Second one. Oh, boy. Naomi, because of what you said, or rather the discussion you participated in? A little of that, but mostly just my... Oh, Arcadum. A little of that, but mostly just my relationship problems and going through this break. Naomi, okay, so I guess him and Tiffany are on a small break? Naomi, oh shit, well, is it really 8 years then? Like, shouldn't it, like, restart? Maybe not. Naomi, oh shit, I guess it's cumulative. We never got to talk about that. I figured that was the problem, and that was getting you down a little while ago when you asked to chat. Arcadum, yeah, I'm dealing with so much I feel like I'm gonna crack. Naomi, I remember you saying that there was room for 2 things in your heart, her and D&D. If one of those things is wavering, a huge part of your emotional support system has taken a toll. If you need to take a break, everyone will understand. Or lessen your workload. If you're taking on more work than you can possibly handle to try to bury yourself in it, it might actually happen. Arcadum, I am just tired of feeling so alone, to be honest, coupled with how unattractive I feel because of her lack of interest, and miserable. Naomi, that's so sad, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be feeling alone in a relationship. If you don't mind me asking, what's the current situation? Last time we talked about it, you guys were just working through some bad feelings after her infidelity. Naomi, and that was quite a while ago. Arcadum, well, she bought drugs from my father, whom I hate, lied to me about it, and when I confronted her, she hit me. So that's what I'm dealing with. Gee, alright. I don't know how much of that is true, but if it's true, then, that's fucked up. When he says she bought drugs, though, did she just buy, like, weed? I'm not the biggest fan of weed, but, like, it's way different than, like, Oxycontin or meth or something, you know? And then the hitting, that's domestic abuse. If she really hit him, that's absolutely wrong. Naomi, oh no, that's fucking awful, I'm so sorry. Arcadum, yeah, so I feel pretty fucking awful. Naomi, man, are the drugs taking up her life right now? Arcadum, she's self-medicating for her bipolar disorder. Naomi, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Arcadum, nope. And now I basically just sit around alone and unwanted in the prime of my goddamn life. I feel so ugly, man. Naomi, that's a really tough one. Even more so with the bipolar disorder and taking drugs, but... Arcadum, Jesus, I hate this self-doubt. Yeah, so she's self-medicating for bipolar. That means it probably wasn't weed. I don't know what drug you normally take to, like, medicate. Let's see, you just tuned in. Do we have information to catch up? This really famous D&D Twitch streamer, like one of the biggest D&D Twitch streamers, just got exposed with like 12 different, I think there might be more now though, 12 different twitlongers from all of these people that were in his life, mostly women, that apparently he was really nasty to behind the scenes, and yeah. Apparently one tried to come out and he tried to like say she was crazy and like mentally, what was it, like... mentally impaired. What was the word he used? Somebody actually showed me a quote of what he said. But when he tried to do that, everybody else started coming out. So, good for her. That must have been really hard to be the first one to come out when nobody else had, you know, about this kind of stuff. Because you don't know how people are going to take it. You know, because this guy was mostly beloved from what I could hear. Let's see. Some people use weed to self-medicate with mental health issues. I see. Alright, I feel so ugly, man. Naomi, that's a really tough one, even more so with the bipolar disorder and taking drugs, but... Arcadum, Jesus, I hate this self-doubt. Naomi, when you have your heart fixed on one person and they don't want you for whatever reason, it's easy to feel a lot of self-doubt and then some. Have you considered parting ways, trying to find someone whose heart and body you connect with, not years ago, but now? Arcadum, well, we are on break, but I doubt anyone would ever want me, man. Naomi, this is such a multifaceted problem, you know? Because you have a lot of self-doubt, you're probably not putting yourself out there. Naomi, and a lot of the time the feelings you have about yourself are visible to others. But if you're primarily interested in women, even if looks are your biggest concern, it's really important to note that so many women rated looks pretty damn low on an importance scale. An emotional connection comes first, and someone that can make them laugh. Arcadum, yeah. Naomi, so with all subjective thoughts aside, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and if you love yourself and carry yourself well, there will be people who find you attractive as all hell. Even if you think absolutely nothing of your looks, there are so many people who could potentially connect with. Alright? Yeah, I will say she's right. Like, looks are a big thing. Like, if the hygiene is bad and the personal grooming, not that kind of grooming, is bad, then, you know, that kind of puts a damper on things. But I think the most important thing is going to be personality. Well, for normal people. There are some people that only care about appearances, and they're, like, scary kind of people. You've seen them. Arcadum, I just want to be able to relax, to, like, relieve the constant pressure. I wonder where this is going, guys. Are we gonna take a guess where he's going with this? Maybe he's gonna, I don't know, suggest that Naomi help him relieve this pressure? That is wonderful feedback and support. unrelated, but if you need to talk to people about stuff, don't just like drop information on your friends out of nowhere and force them to be your person to vent to. Yeah, I would shoot them an opener like, hey, some stuff's been going on recently. I was hoping to talk or vent. Are you interested? Do you have any time? If not, don't worry. You know, otherwise you just kind of like hold them hostage because they may have to go and do something in like 10 minutes, but they didn't really mention it at the beginning. And then you like just start unloading on them and they don't want to like get up and leave like 5 to 10 minutes after because that would look really bad, you know? Best thing to do is like, hey, can we voice chat, blah, 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 after the blah, 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 if you have the time, and then, you know, work your way in that way. Relieve the constant pressure building up in his pants. Arcadum, well, let's see if we're right. He might actually surprise us by not being horrible. Because I feel like I am being pressed in from all sides. In all honesty, though, I am still trying to stay positive. The stream is doing well. Naomi, really the most important physical things are dressing in clean clothes that suit you, making sure you're clean and groomed, your teeth are clean, etc. Physical hygiene is more important than looks, yup. Because if a person's stanky, it don't matter how good they look. Arcadum, and it's something I earned. Well, I have nice hair, I think. Did he not listen to anything she just said? She said looks really weren't that important. Cleaning, grooming, hygiene. Well, I have nice hair. She didn't... Okay, Arcadum. Like, because the way he says that is like he didn't do any of the above things, so he's trying to rely on looks. Naomi, and yes, of course, it's a total natural human need, and you have a person from whom you've come to expect love, support, and intimacy, so it's suddenly being taken away in the worst ways, and that's an awful feeling. Arcadum, yeah, it is. Naomi, it's wonderful how well the stream is going because you definitely do deserve it. And don't discount all of the quarantining and crises of the past few months. Those take a huge emotional toll on almost everyone, whether we notice it or not. Okay. That's a lot of human interaction gone down the drain, so then you need it more than ever. Wait. So then you need it more from the people you still have, close to you. You know, let me reposition chat. We should do a break here soon. Okay. It's like your romantic and physical support batteries are at 0, so you can't expect yourself to be operating at 100 on this. It makes perfect sense and it's extremely reasonable. All of your feelings about it. Yeah, that's Arcadum. Yeah, that's true. For the first time ever, I actually went to OnlyFans. I'm multi-streaming to Twitch, so I'm not allowed to call him the you-know-what word. Damn it, Twitch! Why? Steam bake? Oh, we might have to. We actually might have to. Let me see. Yankee means from a northern part of the country. Basically not the deep south. It's a derogatory term for these people. Really? Yankee? North? Really? Huh. A simpleton. Yes, Victor. He is in fact a simpleton. I mean, can he not get it free? What? Oh, okay. Where did I leave off? Because, okay, that's true. For the first time ever, I actually went to OnlyFans because someone from VR chat had one, and I was thinking to myself, like, oh, so you went to her only? Ah, that's weird. Is that not weird to, like, know somebody in your circle group or your circle of friends? And then you immediately go to her OnlyFans and look at, like, naked pictures? I don't know, that feels... Am I imagining that that's weird? Maybe it's not weird. Maybe she's just like, oh yeah, more business. But I feel like that would be weird. I feel like it's worth mentioning that Naomi has an OnlyFans. I'm not sure how relevant it is here, but it's very weird for him to bring it up. Yeah, like, why did he go to Naomi's OnlyFans? Come on, Arcadum. Imagine you have an OnlyFans, and then the guy you're talking to is like, man, I'm really desperate, so I went to so-and-so's OnlyFans. Like, is she thinking, like, so you didn't go to mine, or... Let's see, some people latch on to OnlyFans as if it's a real replacement for human connection, which it isn't. Yeah, I'm guessing he wanted more... Yeah, that's scary though. Like, if you gotta, like, do your FAP thing, whatever, but if you go to OnlyFans looking for something more, I don't think you'll ever find it, you know? That's like saying you're going to, like, Pornhub to find like an emotional connection. You're not gonna get it. It's a different selection. Because someone from VN chat had one, and I was thinking to myself, like, what would it be like to seek companionship? And honestly, well, that makes even less sense. Because if he's like, oh, this chick has an OnlyFans, she's pretty hot, I guess I'll go there and that's one thing. But if he's like, I need companionship, I need an emotional connection, what are you expecting going to this, like, you know what I mean? Are you expecting companionship for her after going to her OnlyFans? Naomi, I would like to see companionship, and honestly, I just don't think I could do it. How come? I don't know. I just need physical release, but I also need to know the person. I do remember somebody in chat said that this guy would brag about not needing porn to jack off. I think that he maybe left out the part that he can't really get off unless he knows the person. So maybe that's not something to brag about. Maybe that's like, there's something. I think I know why, though. Like, let's look into the psychology of this. Why do you think he needs to know the person? I think it's because he has to exert control. It's not enough to see a pretty person and, like, get sexually aroused. It's like he also needs that person to want him, to need him, to beg for him, you know? And that's why he treats all the women in his life like this. OnlyFans can be very dangerous because people will feel they donated, so now they own a part of them, which is gross. Yeah, it's a whole can of worms with the whole, sex work thing. I think there's some landmines in there that people don't really think about that much. Or at least it's difficult. Like, if human beings were drones or machinery, it wouldn't matter. But the problem is humans aren't, and so I don't know. I think it's a little bit more difficult than people make it out to be. I don't know, I just need physical release, I need to know the person, so the anonymity of it is sort of self-defeating. For me, at least. Naomi, oh, I thought you were referring to seeking companionship as in looking for a new mate. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Talking about an anonymous connection like that. Naomi, a lot of people on OnlyFans, most I think, are just digital anyway. Arcadum, well, finding a new mate would be a step further down the line. Okay, so he is thinking of leaving his girlfriend. Right now, I am just like so stressed out and lonely that I think I would just need something to help me get through the day-to-day. Arcadum, but now that I say it out loud, that seems pathetic. And also a little creepy, I don't know. Naomi, but have you considered trying to connect more with anybody in your community? Not viewers, but like anyone you consider a friend or someone who could be, your friend? Anyone you've worked with or played with. But that's the thing, Naomi. He doesn't want friends. He doesn't want true companionship. He just wants to control someone and make them want him sexually so that he can get off. Like, we saw that in Kelly Siren's first Twitlonger in her messages. Let's see. I'm sure a lot of people are just so aware that you have TIFF that they wouldn't even consider it, you know? Also, I don't know if you've made the break public knowledge, but a lot of people avoid situations like that too because they still want to respect both people in the break and don't want to get into something that sounds like it'll end when a break is over. Exactly, this would be a horrible idea because he's probably not going to leave her. Like, he was just saying earlier that he was upset she didn't ask, she won't marry him, right? So he's essentially just going to use somebody, either in a relationship or just to get off, and then he's going to dump them as soon as him and Tiffany patch things back up together. Nobody really wants to be used like that. It's not fair to them either. It's not pathetic or creepy at all. It's both an emotional and physical basic human need. Arcadum, it's not public, no. As for the break ending, I have no idea about that. I didn't want to, like, get backlash on her. As for someone that I know, I have no idea who would even be interested in me. Any woman, that is. Well, that's weird. Like, fast forward a year and he's done it to, like, 3 to 4 different women. Like, sexually, anyway. I don't really feel very valuable as a man right now. So there are some important steps that... Oh, Naomi. So there are some important steps that you would need to kind of get into the game, you know? Unless you decide to just go into the real world and try to meet people that are entirely out of D&D. You would never do that. Then it's a non-issue because nobody knows about you or Tiff. So I wonder, was it cheating then with Kelly and some of the others? Because apparently him and Tiff got into at least one break. But this break was this break was summer. This break was summer of 2020. A lot of the instances with him and these other girls were like late 2020. I'm a successful DM with a friendship rate of 17.8. Woe is me. Yeah, that is the tragedy that he lives. You can't manipulate someone to have a relationship you want. Be honest about your preferences, kinks, etc. It will be better. That's some 50 Shades manipulation shit. It's making me Oh no. But it all depends on how you want to proceed, right? Because if you have been here talking about your devotion to Tiff, not showing interest in others, and making it clear, basically, that your taken, of course, is going to... Wait, of course, nobody is even going to consider whether they should be interested or not because you're simply unavailable. And most people respect that. Let's see. Most people respect that. Not all of them, though, right? So a lot of people don't let themselves start to form interest in someone that's unavailable. Arcadum, that's true. Naomi, and if you haven't been speaking closely to a lot of people, having small group hangouts or one-on-one hangouts with people and forming those emotional connections, there also hadn't been any room for anyone to show interest. Just like you can't think of anyone right now. Naomi, because if you had been putting yourself out there, or if people thought you were single, and if you were making yourself available to grow closer with people, surely there would be some people you could think of right now. Naomi, but it's never an immediate thing, it's a process. Arcadum, honestly, my confidence where it is, I doubt it. Naomi, especially if what you want is an emotional connection with someone before anything else. Arcadum, but I get what you're saying. The physical need is a constant burden on me that I can't relax because of it. Naomi sings, just you and your hand tonight. Gee, she's oh, burn, ow, ow, ow. Arcadum, I guess so, lol. Kalinka, I don't know that one. Damn, I don't have the libido emote here, but I also do want to say this. Of course, this is just my subjective opinion, just like everybody has a subjective opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with your genetically passed down looks. You've mentioned multiple times that you want to lose weight. If that's something that's keeping you from feeling confident, then it's important to work on that. You'll probably feel physically a lot better too, because of the dopamine from working out. Hell, Arnold Schwarzenegger says pumping iron makes him feel like he's coming day and night in an interview. Arnie, what? Because if you build up your self-confidence, it'll probably do you wonders for being able to connect with people in whatever capacity you decide to. And at the end of the day, if you don't love yourself, yeah, somebody else loving you can help, but it'll never be entirely fulfilling, and if they're ever not there, it'll leave you crippled. Whatever it is that you need to... Arnold, yeah, everybody's excited to hear about Arnie. And at the end of the day, if you don't love yourself, yeah, somebody else loving you can help, but it'll never be entirely fulfilling. And if they're ever not there, it'll leave you crippled. Whatever it is that you need to do to make yourself happier, more confident, more fulfilled with yourself, you need to figure out those things and take the time to do them. Don't just drown yourself in work, because if you're not in a place where you're happy or confident reaching out to people, it's going to be really hard for anyone to reach out to you. Arcadum, that's true. Thanks for listening, Naomi. Naomi, you're a handsome chap. I wonder if I'm reading too much into it. It could just be because I'm biased against him. But have you noticed whenever somebody gives him like honest advice, like a paragraph of really well thought out advice about their point of view, his response is always like, yeah, okay, or yeah, thanks. That's true. Like, he doesn't really talk about it or engage with anything she just said. He just says, yeah, you're right. Like, you know, it's just kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it and I don't like the guy, so... Naomi, you're a handsome chap. Looks aren't going to stop you if you make yourself available to people and start trying to make connections. Smiley face. A frog. Whoa. Donkey. Naomi, I hope none of this was way too much or too wordy. It probably was, lol. But yeah, I'm sorry that you're going through all this. It's a really hard situation. You deserve much better. Also, I'm sorry for all the unsolicited advice. If you need someone to just listen next time, please let me know. If you decide to take the steps to try to connect with some new folks, I wish you the absolute best. It must be so complicated when you don't want to say that you're available due to keeping things private. I hope you have a good day. Hell yeah, brother. He refuses to accept any criticism. Yeah, exactly. Anytime somebody tries to criticize him or tell him that he did something inappropriate, he's just like, I'm not gonna take the blame for other people's weaknesses, or, you know, it's weird. A frog, a Lestat cameo? Yeah, there he is. Man, Lestat just keeps popping up in these. It pains me to see frogs in this. I wonder if it was associated with frogs, because he also had an icon. We had been discussing a recent stream, Arcadum. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you can see it. Oh man, I might need to take a break here. tell you what, as soon as I get to the equal sign border, we'll take a quick break, like a 3-minute break. She's genuinely trying to help it, and it makes me sad. All of these girls did. Like, every single one of them offered real advice, you know? And just, he didn't care at all. He just wanted to take and take and take, and punish them when they didn't give enough. Whew. We had been discussing a recent stream Arcadum did, when he suddenly started talking about how he's going through relationship problems, feels unattractive, how he wants to relieve the pressure, how he needs release, and how he wants to keep him, and how he still wants to keep him being single out of the public eye. I was very quick to jump into the supportive homie role because I didn't like where this was going. I recommended that he share the fact that he's single with the world if he was so interested in finding a fuck buddy or partner, but of course, to this day, he's still calling his girlfriend his wife. Yeah, exactly. He was never going to leave Tiffany. Never. It's kind of a, like, cliche where you get the husband or the boyfriend that like is unhappy. They've kind of fallen sort of out of love with their partner, and so they're going to all these women and like, man, we're gonna break up, we're gonna get divorced, it's over, she's just not putting in the effort. And then they usually like trick people into thinking, oh, he's about to get divorced, I'm not doing anything wrong, they're practically already divorced, they're practically estranged already. And then they never leave their wife, and they just lead you on to get their kicks, and then they go back to their wife. So, it's something to keep an eye out for. Be careful. I was very quick to jump into the supportive homie role because I didn't like where this was going. Yeah, I that's interesting. I didn't really notice this. I figured she didn't notice that maybe he was trying to guide her into helping him masturbate, but she seemed to, like, she was just oblivious to it, but she's saying she didn't like where it was going, so she immediately went into therapist mode. That was smooth. That was really smooth, Naomi. I recommended that he share the fact that he's single with the world if he was so interested in finding a fuck buddy or partner. But of course, to this day, he's still calling his girlfriend his wife. It felt like an attempt to make me pity him to the point of doing something with him. This is what happened with a lot of the other girls. Yup. Although for some of them, it went further. Read their stories, but it didn't end here for me either. Okay, we'll get to this part after a quick little steam bake. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. But we'll get back to this in like 3 minutes. I need to get a refill real quick. I mean, the LaCroix's fine, but the regular water, I need something. Could probably use more chapstick too. Okay, see you guys in about 3 seconds, I guess. All right, you'll get another cocktail for this shitfest. Yeah, be careful if you're trying to do the drinking game. Bye. This is fascinating in all the worst ways. I know, it's just like a glimpse into madness, isn't it? Like a little snapshot of a personal hell. Bad news, guys. I just ate a Heath bar. I've tried to dig all the toffee off my teeth, but it didn't really work. So, keep your, sorry about that. I apologize, I was weak. Okay, I'd say we're about ready to get back into it. No water, only Pepsi. Oh no. Alright, oh, you know what? We can go back. Wait. Did I do the... Okay, we're good. If I hit that duck button, I will kill the entire stream. Alright, what else you guys want to see? I've got a clipboard. We could do the clipboard, I guess. Remember the clipboard from the Powerpuff Girls? Kittens, this is actually Kittens, Miss Kittens clipboard, but I dyed the hand blue. You're gonna add the blossom head? Okay, I'll put it on my cloak. Alright. God help us. God freaking help us. I'll just set it on the cloak, alright? Oh my god. Here we go. Oh, that's cursed. That is cursed. Nobody coming to this stream that doesn't know, nobody will understand what this is so freaking cursed, man. Oh my god, it's like the Sonichu thing. Blossom head, god, you guys have very questionable tastes, okay? Okay, there we go. Could be worse. There we go. This makes sense to me. Yeah, Ava was Buttercup in that stream. She played the part of Reboot Buttercup. And Miss Kittens was Bubbles, and, let's see, there was, Olron was there, Phoenix was there, Mike was there. We had to, like, some people played multiple parts, but it was good stuff. Arcadum's live-action PPG movie script leak read. We're practically doing it again, man. You're the one reading this, not us. Yeah. Okay, we didn't suggest this torture routine. I know, I'm sorry, but people have to know. I listened to the audiobook and I cringed. By the way, if you don't want to hear me read it, you want someone that talks less, Bao Blacks has like a 6-parter of like 6 hours reading this. It's insane. Advertise the PPG stream more. Yeah, we did read the Powerpuff Girls script, the one that got leaked that people tried to strike down. We read it with different parts and actors and stuff, and I was dressed like Blossom. It was disgusting. That's on the channel. Can I offer you some fan fictions? Jesus Christ. Oh man, I really hope you start like streaming. Have you? I know we did it a couple times, but have you like specifically dedicated streams to reading those? I know Masked Dragon would stream himself reading the Onision books, which, wow, you know. But that might be something fun to do. Entire B movie or Shrek script. We need to do the B movie on the National B Day, which is in like March. Shrek script. That would be really fun. Maybe like a holiday thing. Is there like a Shrek Day? Huh. I can also offer fan fiction, dear God. VR chat. I unfortunately don't have any evidence of this, as I didn't think my good friend was going to put me in an uncomfortable situation like this up close and personal, and I wasn't streaming or recording. Take this as you will. I'm not putting too much weight on this, but this is my recollection of my experience in VR chat and Arcadum sometime between these conversations. I was in VR chat and Arcadum requested on me. We went over some pleasantries, then he started talking about how pent up and repressed he was feeling. Boy, where have we seen those words before? Remember when I saw them up above and I was like, I sure hope he's not going to ask her to help relieve him. He kept saying that he was so lonely and that he's desperate to feel like a man again, and asked me if I was lonely, if I was happy. He kept moving closer as he was saying these things. I kept moving away and trying to shift the conversation in an encouraging and friendly direction. Eventually he was like, all right, well, I gotta go. I just wanted to stop by and see how you were doing, I guess. When we hadn't talked about D&D or any of the stuff we used to have normal friendly conversations about. And he left. There was a second I'm sad and horny pity fest after the events on June 30th that ended similarly. A confession. All right, we have a confession of June 30th, 2020. And apparently this happens one day after Arcadum asked Kelly Siren out. So we read Kelly Siren's stuff first. Okay, so whatever this conversation we're about to read, it happened one day after he asked Kelly out. Boy, I wonder what he's gonna try and do. Oh, Master Dragon, yeah, I read the Initian books, My Immortal, and Amberlyn Reid's stories on her Wattpad. Amberlyn Reid, is that the 500... That Amber... I didn't know she was a writer. What? I wonder if it's... knowing her personality, I wonder if it's just like, in the book, everybody does really, like waits hand and foot on a Mary Sue. I wonder if that's what her writing is about, because that seems to be what her... I don't want to say mean things. Okay, whatever. Ava, I've been working on Amberlyn Reid. Please, can we talk about her? Yeah, Ava, if anybody isn't familiar with Ava is an aficionado of, let's say, really cringe stuff, really horrifying stuff. So, apparently she's analyzed stuff like really bad fan fictions and including, what was it, 50 Shades of Grey. If you ask her about 50 Shades of Grey... In one of her stories, she self-inserts herself as the main character and the love interest. Wow, that's Chris Chan, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, remember Chris Chan started out with Sonichu, right? He made a character, why does that hurt? She made a character called Sonichu, right? And Sonichu would call Chris Chan father, right? Because at that point, but the problem is, Sonichu was like a self-insert, but the problem is, Chris Chan also was a character, and here's the thing, like, Chris Chan is still a character, short hair, boy, everything, in the story, you know, like, as if it's a time capsule, that even though Chris Chandler has become like Christine Chandler, like a woman, like, Chris Chan is still a guy in the comic. Anyway, and Sonichu would call Chris Chan father, and then, Chris Chan ended up making out with Sonichu and having sex with Sonichu. Like, all the Sonichus would call Christian father because he was the creator. And then, I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird. But that just reminds me, like, if Amberlyn Reid did the same thing, like, there has to be, like, some narcissistic tendencies to want to be the main character and also the love interest. My man's what? Fucking... You think that's bad? He's apparently in an imagine... Like, I'm not just saying in the story. In the story... not in the story, in real life, Chris Chan is apparently in a sexual relationship with Mewtwo, Magi-chan, which was also another Sonichu that called Chris Chan father. Like a three-way, but he's also really... She's also really sad and lonely and needs a real-life woman, by the way. Like... It's look into Chris Chan, okay? I can't be the one to have the Chris Chan talk with you guys. You've read worse. Amber's a textbook narc, like 1000%. Yeah, I don't know how, I wish I wouldn't, but I've been watching like videos on updates on them. Arcadum, hey, okay, so this happened one day after he asked out Kelly Siren. Hey, Naomi. I have something I would like to talk to you about sometime. Naomi, good morning. Oh, Naomi, it's not gonna be a good morning. I just woke up. Can get in a call soon or type now if that's preferred. Arcadum, it's something I would like to set aside a time for. It's pretty important to me, and I would prefer to call rather than text. See, somebody in chat suggested, like, hey, don't just dump it. Make sure you, like, schedule a time, and that's what he's doing. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. Maybe later tonight? Sure thing, Naomi, sure thing. Would you prefer to now, because I can get to my PC now or plan for pretty much whenever today? Arcadum, let's shoot for after I wake up. I haven't been to sleep yet. Naomi, shit, sorry to hear that. Frowny face, yeah, let me know when you're up. I'll likely be around, or I'll be within an hour of home. Arcadum, sounds good to me. Thank, friend. Naomi, good luck with the sleep, buddy. Arcadum, well, I barely got any sleep. Arcadum, are you around and available? Naomi, sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, in like 2 minutes. Arcadum, alright, I'm ready. Whenever you are. Naomi, go for it. Oh. Naomi started a call that lasted 4 minutes. Okay, so whatever happened, guys, it lasted 4 minutes. You don't think Chris Chan has been convicted yet, but it's a depressing story. Here's the thing. I've been seeing people talk about the RAPE allegations, and from what I've seen, Virginia law is kind of old in that only, from what I've seen, only the adult can be charged with incest. And even then, the law is written in a gendered language that says, like, father and daughter, or like, mother and son, or something like that. And it doesn't say anything about quote-unquote daughter and mother, so everybody's looking at each other not knowing where this is gonna go. Confirmed Arcadum's limit is 4 minutes. Oh my gosh, 4 minutes. 4 minutes is all I have to play with you. Yeah. Arcadum, I wish you the best of luck, Naomi. Okay, so whatever happened in that 4 minutes, he is... Because we've seen fucking drink. He's doing the, I guess I'll leave you alone. I can leave you alone if you want. Well, I guess you don't need me anymore. Well, I guess I won't talk to you. It's happening, guys, drink. Supreme Court went. Hello, how is it going? Oh, it's going. Yeah, they were not convicted because of law technicalities. It's all very horrible, honestly. I would not dig further into it right now, in my opinion. Exactly. It's nuts. Okay, so whatever happened in those 4 minutes, Arcadum is now doing the, I wish you the best of luck. So long, friend. You don't need me anymore. I'll just have to leave you. So he wants her to beg. Okay, Naomi, thank you, and thanks for telling me. I wish you the best of luck, too. I guess they're parting way, or maybe they're just, like, saying farewells, I guess? I guess he confessed to her? What happened in those 4 minutes? Okay, I thought he was doing the pity party thing, but it looks like he was genuine. I'm so not used to seeing him be genuine. I wish you the best of luck, thanks for telling me. What did he tell her? Naomi, what did he tell you? This happened one day after Arcadum asked Kelly's siren out and got rejected. While still okay, let me just read the context here because I'm lacking it. While still publicly with Tiff and actively talking to other women as well. Did he confess that he loved her? Allegedly, he asked at least, so he did. He started to ask her out. Either he said he loved her or that he wanted to, like, pursue her, like, dating-wise. Okay, so he got rejected from Kelly the day before. He was still publicly with his girlfriend, and he asked her out while also asking out 2 other people out the same week. Please let that be the call that Gaslight Yagami is from. No, Gaslight Yagami is a 2 minutes of an actual 40-minute voice leak call, which exists and I have listened to, and we can listen to it too as soon as we get to that. Incest law should not have loopholes and other obvious thoughts at 10. Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't matter if it's a father-daughter, a mother-son, a father-son, a mother-daughter. It should be anyone. Okay, so this happened July 2nd, this happened June 30th, so 2 days later. Naomi, hey friend, I just wanted to let you know that I'm still here for you. If you want to talk or vent, you're great, and it sucks that you aren't feeling great. Sending big hugs and good energy. Arcadum, thanks. I honestly feel really embarrassed still and ashamed. Arcadum, well, clearly not embarrassed and ashamed enough not to do it with like 2 other people after you got rejected from a completely separate girl from Naomi. Arcadum, but I am trying to lift myself up. Naomi, for what it's worth, I'm really proud of you for saying something. I hope you'll be able to speak up next time you have feelings for... He confessed his feelings for her while getting rejected after confessing his feelings to Kelly and also confessing his feelings to 2 other girls in the same week while publicly with his girlfriend. I hope you'll be able to speak up next time you have feelings for someone. Oh, he did. He did speak up. Don't worry, Naomi. Don't you worry. Every time you go through this process, you get closer to finding your ideal partner. And this isn't going to affect our friendship in any way. So no matter what, you're always welcome to reach out to me. Kalinka. Naomi. I don't know. Okay, that almost reminds me of an old Tattoo song, but that can't be right. Okay. In the case the context isn't enough, yes please, for small brains like me. As you can see from the DMs, he asks to call me, and then afterwards I thank him for telling me about his feelings for me. In this call he said, I would like to request to formally court you. In the call he said, well no, I shouldn't laugh at this, because everybody is always saying you need to ask for consent. So he's asking for consent in the cringiest way possible, and she probably said no. I would like to request to formally court you, and so on and so forth. I turned him down because I was interested in someone. A bit down the line, I tell him I'm still there for him. I hope he'll be able to speak up next time he has feelings for someone, and I tell him that it won't affect our friendship. This is mostly to show evidence and solidify the timeline. Kalinka Kalinka is the noise of Arcadum's chains while he stalks you through your manor. A song Arcadum made. Whew. Kalinka Kalinka is from D&D. I see. You know, it could be cute if it's D&D type stuff. Yeah, you know, they're super into D&D, so maybe he was like role-playing, like, hello, fair lady, dost thou mind if if I ask if you are down to F? Or like, whatever he said. Recording 1. Guys, we have the call. We also have the context before the call. Okay, hang on. Let me go ahead and try to download this. I should have done this previously, but I figured it would be in a YouTube video. Big shit. The file is called Big Shit MP.mp4. It's a Russian folk song. It means red berry. Yeah, because I think Tattoo did a song like that. Oh my god, it's 2 gigs. Rip. Okay, I'm downloading it now. At least we can read the context before the call. Oh, I could also play it in the browser, but no, oh, that means no music. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be listening to music anyway, because I'd be playing the call. Okay. He was voice acting her summon pet who sang Kalinka Kalinka. She said it back to him. 2 gigs? Yes, and you too can have this file if you would like to go to Naomi's Twitlonger. You could have this file forever. This might just be the notorious 17.8% of people want to be my friend thing that we've been referencing. Okay. Context before the call. Are you sure we won't mauled as we hear it? I will get to sit back and eat a zebra roll, guys. A zebra roll. I haven't had one of those in like 3 years. The zebra cakes are much better, but a friend bought me it, so it was nice. It was nice. I need to be grateful for what I have. Yeah, the zebra cakes are much better. The cosmic brownies taste insanely like artificial, like you shouldn't be eating them, but they're weirdly addictive. Like, I can't explain it. Like, as you put the cosmic brownie in your mouth, your brain is like, is this food? Is it? But at the same time, you're like, all right, I could eat the whole box. just be careful, okay? This is why I don't have junk food in my house. Okay, so we're gonna read the context. For anyone that didn't get it, this is context before the call. Here we go. I really like his math on that. Yeah, look, if you want logistics, go to this guy, okay? All of this will be great for my dissertation. Zebra cakes, woohoo. What is mauled? From what I've heard, I don't know the actual definition, but in the context I've always seen, all I know is context, by the way, don't ever ask me for definitions. When somebody's like, oh yeah, he's like maulding. So like if somebody's like rage tweeting or really mad or like really offended or like complaining to everybody or like angry tweeting about how pissed they are or like how much the other person sucks, that's called maulding. You're like frenzied, you're like raging, you know, like yeah. You have to run for 10 minutes. Okay, good luck. Don't worry, it's a 40-minute call, so you'll still be around for the other 3/4. Mauled is mad bald? Really? Cosmic brownies are delicious. You could tell me they were taken from people, and I'd be like, I could see it. Cosmic brownies look like plastic to me. They taste kind of like plastic, too. But I swear to God, there's like a chemical there where you're like, this is, oh, you know? Mauling in Twitch chat means that you're mad and balding at the same time. The word is jokingly used to refer to people who seem that they are so mad they start like, oh, because like they tear their hair out. I never knew the origin of that. I just always see like streamers like who have beef with each other, like, oh yeah, he's mauling right now. Yeah. Oh, we might be mauling. We might be mauling, guys. Okay. Oh, it has finished downloading, by the way. Okay. Okay. So this is the context before the call. Naomi. Yo. Naomi. Snake posted in the wrong chat, but he gonna be 10 minutes late? Well, might be like 10 minutes late. KK. Naomi. So you know, Naomi. So you know, Naomi. You're the girl that doesn't... Oh, I remember this. Okay. Okay. So she's just launching into it, but the backstory here is that he was streaming and Naomi dropped by or something, like, or like joined the call or something while he was on stream, and he decided to banter with her and say something like, "Oh, Naomi, the one that doesn't get invited back to parties, haha." And apparently that really hit her personally. Like, to me, that's just basic banter. If anything, that's almost like a variation on the you know, the meme of, like, dad memes, like when you're a dad, you make dad jokes. Because it almost seems like a variation of, like, when one dad sees another dad at Home Depot and he's like, "Oh, they let you in here?" Or, you know, or whatever. So, but then again, if she's in, you know, that might have really, I don't know. To me, that's basic. Like, I don't know. But apparently it really hurt her to the point where she, like, messaged him and was like, "Hey, Naomi was in chat during a D&D Twitch stream, and he burned her on stream, basically." True. I mean, to me, that's like a mid-tier burn, but if that made her uncomfortable or hurt her feelings, he needs to, like, acknowledge that and hopefully not do that again. Because there's some things with people that you don't joke about. And I'll get into a story of my own where I learned that, and, you know, you gotta take it to heart. 2 days in the same shop, shit about to go down. Yeah, but it's stuff like, "Oh, they let you in here?" Or, "I guess they're letting anybody in here, and they're friends." It's not serious, but maybe ribbed is a better word. Maybe. But that's the thing, like, sometimes jokes hurt, even if they're just regular jokes. So, Naomi. So, quote unquote, "So, you know, Naomi, you're the girl that doesn't get invited back to the parties." Naomi, that was a little uncalled for, and after a really bad weekend, that shit made me cry. Arcadum, I was just kidding. It was just banter, Naomi. Arcadum, I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. Naomi, some banter can be hurtful. PP hands? Pepe hands, maybe? Arcadum, people banter with me all the time about the old Arcanum stuff. I will not banter with you anymore. My apologies. Ooh. Naomi, I'm fine with banter in general. How much good shit talking have we done over the past year and a half, you know? But that's basically like saying, "You know, Naomi, nobody likes you," and that's not really banter. And I would argue it is, but here's the thing. Like, there are some types of banter that you can't do with certain people. Shit, I'll tell the story. So when I was in, like, high school, I had a group of friends or whatever, and we would rib each other constantly. Like, we would call each other fatty. We would fatty with 2 T's. I kind of slurred over there. But, you know, like, when you try to, like, sit on each other and you're like, "Oh, get off me, fatty." You know, we would do that. I mean, it didn't mean anything. We didn't actually think about each other. And the fact that some of us were kind of flat in the chesticular department. I think I made reference to the fact that one girl and I were flat, and she flipped. And here's the thing: we were both pretty flat, but it was a joke, and she just got really mad about it. And I was like, "Gee, sorry, you know, I didn't, you know, think it was a sore spot, you know," and it hurt her feelings. And I mean, you know, gee, sorry, I'll avoid that kind of, you know, remark again. And here's the thing, like, other people have made that joke in the friend group, not to her specifically, but to others. I've made it against myself. I've made it to others. People have made it to me. It was an okay thing, you know, like, it was pancake. It was something about, you know, pancake, flat as a pancake, something like that. I don't know, it may have been a breakfast pun, I don't remember, but it was probably a bad joke either way. But it hurt her feelings, and at that point I could either say, "Oh man, you know, I did bad, I should be really careful to, like, ease up on the jokes. Maybe she's got thin skin, maybe she's, like, super sensitive, especially about something that probably struck a nerve about her, and, you know, I better not do it again." And here's the thing, like, some people are like that. Like, I have friends with jokes that I would not, like, usual jokes that I can't make with them because I know they're, like, really sensitive. And that's the thing. Sometimes you don't know, and you have to figure it out. And that's okay, because you don't know everything about your friends, and they don't know everything about you. And you just communicate, you say what you're comfortable with, what you're not comfortable with, and then you both move on, trying to follow the lines that are set up again. So, you know, she was fine with other jokes. It was just that one that, you know, got her a little bit. So, you know, gotta be careful. And so that's that. You know, nobody was really wrong, but it's just a comfort thing. And you gotta try to make your friends comfortable, you know? Pair of flapjacks, maybe. That could have been something like it. Certified cutting board moment, yes! I think the context and closeness make a difference. You just find boundaries and apologize if you were wrong and continue. Yeah, exactly. And that's all Arcadum had to do. But you know what he's doing? Instead of saying, "I'm sorry, I won't insinuate that nobody likes you anymore," he is saying, you know, I will not banter with you anymore. So he's never gonna have friendly banter with her ever again because this one thing hurt her feelings. Like, instead of trying to, like, learn and grow and be like, okay, well, I'll try to avoid that, you know. No, it's just like, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore in the bantry way. And it's just like, ugh. And that's what he always does. Like, he refuses to compromise or listen. He just threatens to withdraw and make them beg for him to stay. I feel like it's just important to listen when someone tells you crossed the line, apologize, and recognize that you shouldn't push that button again. Arcadum's solution is we won't ever ban. Yeah, exactly. It's like, instead of figuring out what's wrong and how to fix it, he just tries to cut the entire thing off. It's not a good way to do it. It's just not. And I get it. Like, sometimes you may feel like, oh, well, that wasn't really that bad. You shouldn't be upset. But people are emotional. People are irrational. And they are. And people are human. And that sucks. But you just got to work with it, you know? And I mean, like, what are you even giving up? Do you really care to make another pancake joke? It was spontaneous. Forget it. It didn't land. Get rid of it. And for him, like, maybe he just needs to make other jokes instead of insinuating nobody likes her. So, I mean, I get it. I'm sympathetic to him in the way that I understand, because my friend group would get pretty brutal with the ribbing, you know? And you just had to have thick skin because nobody meant anything. Maybe, so, yeah. But he can't, he's stuck in, like, 14-year-old boy mode where he's not allowed to be told anything. Naomi, I'm fine with banter in general. How much good shit talking have we done over the past year and a half, you know? And that's basically like saying, you know, Naomi, nobody likes you, and that's not really banter, in my opinion. Arcadum, well, it was banter because of how I meant it. And it was a response to banter of your own, so I will no longer engage in banter with you, as to ensure such a thing will not happen again, and that doesn't mean no one likes you. Naomi, I didn't say anything about you personally, though. I corrected a couple of typos. Arcadum, because that's it. What I said. What do you want from me, Naomi? A public apology? Ooh. Naomi, no, lol. Arcadum, I already said I was sorry and that I wouldn't do it again. Naomi, well, I think what's bothering her is that you're threatening to change the way you interact with her. Is what's bothering her. You could have just said, "Look, I'm really sorry. I'll try to be a little lighter in the banter, especially avoiding things like nobody likes you." Okay. But no, he's just like, "Well, I'll never banter with you again." Which banter is a big part of friendship. Naomi, it's just been we give Olron shit all the time for being Australian. You know, we don't actually mean it. Australian is the same as any other place, you know? But if one day he was like, hey, listen, guys, it's actually, like, really hurting my feelings. I feel like, that's the only joke I get. Can we not maybe do that anymore? We'd be like, oh, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was hurting you. Yeah, we'll change it up. Shit, we'll have to use our brains for something else. But yeah, it's his right to, you know? It doesn't, you know? But that's the thing, like, some people are alright with some things, some people aren't, and you gotta pay attention to that. That's part of being a friend. It's tough. It's super tough. It's not his fault he's upside down. Oh shit, he's gone right now, isn't he? Okay, great, make all the Australian jokes you want. Aside from the extremely deadly fauna. Yeah, watch those emus, man. He's not even here, and I actually said emus right. Fuck. I'm going back to saying emus. Okay. I already said I was sorry and I wouldn't do it again. Naomi, it's just been a hard as hell couple of days, and hearing that hurt, and I wanted to let you know that. Thank you for saying sorry, but I also want to understand that there's a difference between actual friendly banter that we do all the time, which there is no issue with at all, and comments that could actually hurt people. Arcadum, and I don't need you to explain it to me, because no one else but you took it that way, and to be honest, it was quite tame. But as I said, I won't do it anymore, to ensure your safety and safe place, and also, just so we are talking frank. Actually, never mind. Drink! Drink! He's been lost to the emus, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, so if Lauren was like, hey, listen, can we cut the Australia things? They're making me feel really bad for, you know, what insert reason here. Like, it would be unreasonable for me to be like, okay, Allrun, I'll just stop talking to you. I just won't talk to you anymore because you know, I can't take the risk that I'll hurt you again. I'll just go ahead and ban you so that I can't ever hurt you. That would be sick. That would be a sick thing to do, because you don't, you know, say that you're gonna drastically change the friendship because one thing you said hurt somebody. Sure, he's not 3 kids in a trench coat. More like 8 fetuses in a trench coat. My God, not all around Arcadium. Just how like immature he is. Oof, I thought I could at least play devil's advocate or be impartial to this, but that's annoying to hear from Arcade. Yeah, and here's the thing. I sympathize with him because my friend group had some razor sharp bants, mean shit, but it was always funny. And even if it was sharp and cutting, it really wasn't serious, you know? So, like, I get him. I love dark humor. I love biting humor, you know? But you can't use that kind of humor with every single person, you know? And he's got to have other bands that aren't, oh, nobody likes you. I mean, think of something else. Come on, you're creative, or you're supposed to be. I stopped talking to Ulran once he told me about the glory of Vegemite. Can't trust him anymore. Did he get you to eat it? Have you seen how tall he is? I say 2 kids max. How tall is Arcadum? I mean, I'm not really, like, one for the, like, oh, you're short, that's bad. I don't really care. I've yet to really meet anyone that's shorter than me, to be frank. But, you know, he could have small guy syndrome, maybe. Let's see. Actually, never mind. Naomi, no, what's up? Arcadum, I apologize. It won't happen again, and I don't want to talk about the other shot, because I won't be gentle about it. Arcadum, my sympathy meter is run the fuck out today. Naomi, okay, don't talk about it today, but at least tell me what other shot you're referring to, because I'm not aware of things that sound like we should be talking out. Arcadum, Naomi, you got what you wanted. Did you not? Jesus Christ. I almost want to play, like, the fucking Death Note music in the background. Do you guys know if that gets copy struck easily? I really want to play the chorus where it's like, oh, like the super serious, like, chorus, because that is how freaking dramatic this dude is. Danny DeVito is short and he is awesome. This guy's just a guard. Yeah, exactly. How tall am I? Small. I'm small. Arcadum. I just inhaled. Hang on. Okay. Ow. Right. I won't do it anymore. To ensure your safety and safe place and... Okay, we already read that. Okay, here we go. The call, guys. There's the call. 44 minutes. We're almost there, you guys. We're almost there. You got what you wanted, did you not? Bro, what I want is a healthy friendship, and it sounds like you have something to say. Arcadum, if you want to talk, I'll do it on voice, not in text. I don't want my intention to be misconstrued. Naomi, sure thing. Arcadum, give me 5 minutes. 2 minutes. Naomi, alrighty, I'll grab some water. She's got the right idea, guys. Make sure you're hydrating. Arcadum, I am ready. Alright, are you ready to listen to the call? I am so excited I will be able to actually lean back in my chair. I don't think you hear that popping, but wow. And eat that zebra roll, my god. I'm gonna need a glass of milk with it. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on, let me find it. I downloaded the file. It's all set to go. Where is it? Let's see. There it is. 1.89 gigabytes. What am I gonna have for the background? Like, it's just a black screen. There's no video for it. You know what I mean? Okay, let me see. Let's get it running. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll have a background screen. Do you guys want the campfire screen, or do you guys want the bread wallpaper? Because either way... Gaslight Yagami back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe there's a YouTube video that does something. That might be a good point. Okay, tell you what. Give me half a second. I'll restart I'll restart the music really quick. Oh wait, no. Okay. Yeah, give me about 30 seconds to set this up. Just have your face up. We want to see your expressions. Oh, fine. I'll put my face up. I'll try not to interrupt or anything, though. Like, if we need to pause and freak out, we can. But otherwise... Okay. Is there like a Death Note train loop where it's on a train or something? Oh crap, I put in Death Train. Clown music is a great idea. Oh my god. I think they've got one where Elle is just there eating chips or something. Maybe we should we should do that. Oh no. Clown music is best. It might be. It might actually freaking be. Let's see, what have we got? What have we got? Oh my god. Okay, alright, I found it. There's a loop of light just sitting at his desk, like... GIF of light eating chips. Holy shit, that would be amazing. Alright. Clown is annoying. Yeah, it does get really grating after about a minute, so I will do you guys the favor of putting on light, and you guys can tell me what you think of this. Okay. Maybe I should have some light background on, like... How does that sound? It's really light, so it's not going to interfere at all with the thingamajig. Okay, guys, I am excited to tell you that we are good to go. I'll take a chip and eat it. Guys, you are compelled to eat chips during this part. Okay. Okay, here we go. I just love that this... Oh, fuck. No, wait, not yet. Okay. Alright, here we go. I have it set up. As soon as I play it, I'm gonna make sure that you guys tell me the audio is okay, then I'm gonna bounce and grab a glass of milk and, that zebra cake. Roll, whatever. Okay, here we go. This is surreal. What am I doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
It's as low as I can get it.
Today is not a good day for me. At all.
Yeah, me neither.
Is the background too loud?
So let's get this over with.
No music? Okay, fine. We'll mute it. You guys can add your own.
I didn't mean any insult when I said what I said. It was very tame compared to what all the rest of us were doing and talking about.
For sure.
You joined in, and you had every opportunity to see that coming before you joined in of how we were talking.
Actually, I came in literally when you mentioned Neve, like to the stream.
Then that is not my fault, nor is what happened to you this weekend, nor is what happened to me.
Of course.
Your fault either. My point is that this is basically how this is going to go down, the way I look at it. You joined in. I took a soft shot at you. Very tame. The same thing I would have said to anyone else. And that obviously hurt your feelings. That's not how I meant it. Nobody else there thought that's how that was meant. Nobody listening thought that's how it meant at all.
I mean, in response to that, like one person in the call was like, "Oh, bro," like in that kind of tone, and a few people in chat said it was too far.
I'll be right back.
Well, okay. First of all, people in chat are going to exasperate everything, and if you're using them as your argument, it's not a good argument. And
okay, Kelly also thought it was too far because I was crying and her and I were hanging out after, and she was asking why I was sad, and I told her that that's what you said, and I understood that it was banter, but that it hurt me, and she understood and
what is she supposed to say? What, that you're wrong? No, she's going to be supportive to you. Come on.
Okay, dude, I'm just saying that
Anyway, like I was saying before I was interrupted, Harm, that's his way of joking and going, bro, like to exasperate it. That's a whole back and forth thing that had been happening the whole time. So here's my problem. That's where I go to relax. I was relaxing and having a great time. You came in and I wanted to include you, which is banter. So when I said, you don't get invited back to the parties. The perfect response would have been the same amount of parties you do, and that would have been fantastic. And I would have loved it, because that is how friendship is showed, especially, you know, amongst the crowd that I was hanging out with at the time. So now we move on to this point. I will no longer be bantering with you, because I have no way of knowing as to whether or not you're going to be able to take it, because I have been very, very careful leading up to this point on what you can and can't take, and it seemed like you could. I was wrong. And the only way to ensure that this won't happen again is to not do it with you anymore. There you go. That's the solution.
I mean, if that's what you feel is necessary, okay.
That is the solution.
But
I mean,
we've literally been bantering for like a year and a half, and I've never had
which
issues.
Which is why I felt comfortable that I could do something, especially something that's soft.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
What was your intention? That you would message me in the middle of the night after I was laying down, saying that was uncalled for and too far? Like,
I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you,
right? That's what you wanted.
Yes, but that doesn't mean
you
that
got it. So what else is there to talk about?
That doesn't mean that you need to completely like shut something down. Like
No. You don't get to decide what it means. I get to decide how I react to it. And the only way to ensure that you are not harmed again is to not include you. It's as simple as that. Like, what did you think was going to happen? That I'd say, you know what, you're right. And then I'd walk on eggshells around you for the rest of the time? Like, I have to send you pre-messages to make sure that what I say is fine, because obviously my preordained, no, that's not the right word. My predisposition towards you was incorrect.
All right, if we've had 100 conversations and one of them went awry, that doesn't mean we need to stop having conversations.
That's not what I said.
I know, but I'm bringing up like a comparative example. Like if you eat 100 burgers and one of them is rotten, you don't stop eating burgers. I'm fine with banter. I enjoy and appreciate our banter.
You stop eating burgers from that place. So your example works against you, but that's not the point. The point is that this is what happened. This is the course of events, and I'm not even going to get into the whole you trying to explain to me how to treat people. I'm not even going to get into that, because that was just patronizing and condescending. The point is that you came into a group that was already established, and which a social paradigm had already been established, and which we were all riffing on each other. Now, because you didn't know that was happening when you walked in, that is not our fault, that is yours. That's number one. Reading a situation is the common thing that people need to do when they walk into any situation. Sit rep is a basic setup to understand anything that's happening. Number two, I tried to include you in it because I know that you're a quiet one. So I tried to throw you in there, and I used that opportunity of correction as an opportunity to get you in there, because while it might seem lesser to you to correct me like that, up to that point, that was the object of banter, because that correction had just happened. So therefore, when you play the first card, Naomi, that tells me you're ready to play the game. And therefore I countered, because that's how banter works. And the counter was very light, incredibly light compared to all the shit that we had been talking. But apparently, due to things that I could not possibly have known about, it was too much for you. So
in response, Arcadum, I wanted to let you know that it was something that specific comment was something that was a little hurtful to me, because I didn't want to hold on to it.
That was a little uncalled for, and after a really bad weekend, that shit made me cry. And I said, I was kidding. That was just banter, Naomi. I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. And you said, some banter can be hurtful, Pepe Hands. And I said, I will not banter with you anymore. I'm fine with banter in general. How much good shit talking we have done over the past hands. And you're basically saying, nobody, Naomi, nobody likes you. That's not really banter, in my honest opinion. That isn't what I said, which means that at that point, any discourse that we would have over it becomes pointless, because you're already believing I said something that I didn't. Well, not getting invited back to parties doesn't mean people don't like you. That's not what I said.
I know that you, I'm not saying that I took it as a personal attack of people don't like you. I'm saying that the banter of not getting invited.
No, you specifically said it's more personal. So you did take it as a personal attack. So, what?
No, so what I'm saying, Arcadum, is that I didn't perceive it as like you telling me that nobody likes me, because I understand that like what you were doing was banter, but the phrase like you don't get invited back to parties implies people don't like you enough to invite you back to parties, or something negative results in you not being invited back to parties.
If you take it past banter, it can mean that. So that fault is on you,
but like
not me.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that like that phrase in and of itself did not feel like banter to me, because I don't take.
That's not my problem, is it?
I mean, wait. So
be stronger. My advice, or don't play. Like what did you think the response should have been? Like, what did you expect?
From what? Like from bringing this up to you?
Yeah. You got your apology. That obviously wasn't enough.
All I wanted was to let you know so that I wouldn't hold on to it, and like it wouldn't keep being like a little sore spot, right?
Yeah, you kept drawing it out though. I said, I was kidding. It was just banter. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. That's it. That's what you came for.
And I wanted to let you know.
And then you said some banter can be hurtful
I wanted to let you know.
Because you wanted to fucking lecture me. That's what you wanted to do, and that's what you tried to do. See, that's the problem. Telling me that you had a bad weekend and I made you cry over some banter, that was resolved the moment I responded with, I was just kidding. It was just banter. I am sorry it hurt your feelings. That is because that was my intention, an understanding that it hurt you, and an admission to fault, in which I took care of all of that in 2 sentences. And then you tried to go into your regular lecturing self, which you've done plenty of times. Some banter can be hurtful, and I just didn't want to deal with it. And then you proceeded to try and explain to me in further detail why I was wrong to say it. And I just didn't want to deal with it. I just didn't have the sympathy for it.
You know, normally in friendships, people don't say either like deal with the status quo or leave. Like,
I only said that after you brought it up to this point, because if I don't understand what it is that you actually want, I still don't. Like, you got your apology and I meant it, but you kept drawing it out. Okay. So it's obvious you wanted more.
Typically, you know, if somebody does something that doesn't have the intention to hurt, but it hurts somebody, they don't like say like, oh, well, that wasn't like I making.
They don't say what I didn't mean to do that, because if I meant to do it, that would mean I wasn't your friend.
No, they don't say shit like nobody else took it that way. They don't say shit like it's your problem that you took it that way. They say they literally just say like,
I didn't say that until after you tried to explain to me how to talk to people. That was me not having any more of your shit. As I pointed out at the very beginning, what was the first thing I said to you when you said that to me?
You said, I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. I was just kidding.
I was just kidding. It was just banter to explain my position. And then I said, I am sorry it hurt your feelings. That's me taking all the fault for it. I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say any of that other shit until after. And then what is your response after that? You said, some banter can be hurtful. Pepe hands. Well, guess what? That's you trying to say, well, some banter can be hurtful, because I know that if I had engaged that correctly, you would, or in the way that you probably wanted to, you would have went into this tirade explaining to me how, and you even tried to do it later after that. And so I just don't have time or sympathy left in my tank to deal with that. So the best way to make sure that you don't get hurt again is to make sure that you don't play the game. I just won't play it with you. There you go. Everyone wins. It's not like our relationship's going to change. That is a presumption on your end. The change will be seamless. You won't notice it. Even with me pointing it out to you, you won't see it, because I know how to do it. In fact, if we had never even talked about it to this extent, you wouldn't even have noticed anyway. It's just in this one instance, my normal sympathy tank that I have was out. And what I meant by be stronger, well, understand that that's maybe what I actually meant
I just realized I was muted. I went into a huge rant. I'm fucking stupid. The second you heard it pause is when I went into the rant. I'm an idiot. Jeez. I just wanted to say real quick. I'm not feeling too bad because we're over a quarter of the way into it. Notice how he keeps giving her shit for not being stronger. And, like, she had a bad weekend, you should have just been stronger. But he so casually says that his sympathy tank was out. And it's like, he's not really holding himself to the same standards, because if she had a bad weekend and so she was hurt by it, she was already kind of stressed. Maybe, what about you? You say your sympathy tank was out. Shouldn't you be stronger and not, like, blow up because you're out of sympathy? He doesn't hold anyone to the same standards, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm so sorry. I just... Goodbye.
By it wasn't the thing that you thought that was meant by it.
The reason why I said that's not banter anymore is because I enjoy banter. All right, it wasn't to start getting into a thing about how like to start getting into a lecture. The reason why I said that's not really banter in my opinion is because that specific comment hurts me. Most of the time, I love banter. All right, and I didn't feel like it was necessary to be like, okay, we're not gonna banter anymore. Like that part's gone. You know what I mean? Because
because you felt the need to message me and I made you cry and all of that. I don't want to fucking deal with that guilt. And the only way to make sure that you're not hurt, more importantly, but also that I don't take yet another mark to my guilt, then is to just not play the game. Because for the advanced level of empath that I am, taking the year that we have spent together and
guys, did you hear that? He's an advanced level empath. He's an advanced level empath, guys. That means he's really in touch with other people's emotions and, like, feels their pain when they feel the pain. Guys, he's an empath.
Felt each other out, talked to each other, feeling it out, that I tried to invite you to play the game with me and then I hurt you, means either A, I'm not nearly as perceptive as I was hoping I was, and therefore I can't be trusted to play, or you can't take it. Both of these things are it's one of those two things. Or the third one is, this was just a shot on you on a bad day, but you're not taking it as a shot on the bad day, so you've taken that off the table. So therefore, the only way to ensure actual resolution, because I'm not going to
all right, let's take it as a shot on a bad day, and because of the kind of person that I am, I want to bring up shots even if they're on bad days, because I don't want friendships to be fucked up with people that I care about. All right.
None of this is going to happen like that. Your presumption, what, are you going to think we're not going to be friends anymore because of this? No, I just won't play with you like that. That's all. It's like, don't invite him to dodgeball. It's like, that's all it is.
All right.
I mean, unless you've got a better idea, I'm keen to hear it, that ensures that you're not hurt again. Is there any other methodology that you can suggest to me that guarantees that you won't be hurt again? Hence why I'm taking it. That's the only one I can think of that guarantees it.
I don't know. Aside from just awareness of like the kinds of comments that typically attack like things like the difference between something that would actually
there comes
be
the
hurtful
lecture.
No. You're asking me for suggestions, right?
Yeah.
You literally just asked me for a suggestion. So what I'm responding with is my idea, tossing it out there. I'm not trying to lecture you. This is my idea. Like just being aware that there's a difference between being like some bad. And I don't know. We've done so much banter over the past year and a half. There's obviously a difference between that kind of stuff and something like this that is like. Because you know people, you know the kinds of things that will hurt people. Like you've said yourself that you know how to dig into people. So understanding that like using the things that actually dig into people when you're bantering is not as fun as the more lighthearted banter that fucking most people love participating in.
That was light. That was Maybe it's not to you, but that was light in the intention. And furthermore, I know all that, which is why when you said that it was too much, I said I was sorry. The conversation could have stopped there, and then it would have been fine. But when you proceeded to try and drag it out, I saw you weren't ready to play the game. Simple as that. Because you wanted more than an apology.
No, dude, all I wanted was an apology. I think that
I apologized to you once, and then I apologized to you again, and then you kept trying to push. And let me explain something to you that I don't think you're getting. Okay. Full disclosure, 4 cards on the table.
Yeah.
Didn't he just go apeshit because she tried to lecture him, and now he's like, well, let me explain. Gee, this guy. Okay, I'm done.
Trying to push. And let me explain something to you that I don't think you're getting. Okay. Full disclosure, 4 cards on the table.
Yeah.
Are you in an emotional state to handle this? Because I'm not going to hit you when you're down.
I don't know. Depends on what it is.
In that case, I won't tell you.
The only reason I drew this out is because I was confused about you saying I will not banter with you anymore, because I didn't feel like this warranted, like, needing to stop banter. And that's why I started talking about all that other stuff, because I was like, wait, but this can continue. This can be a one-off thing that is like, so you said sorry, I forgave it, it's fine. And I just wanted to explain why it was outside of the realm of normal banter. Like, okay, this comment I didn't perceive as normal banter. That's why it was outside of the realm of the usual stuff that I'm always fine with. Like, that was my intention. It wasn't my intention to be like...
Well, that explains why Kelly left.
Well, her and I were going to hang out anyway, and I messaged her if she still wanted to hang out. I didn't message her talking about your shit.
Yeah, I'm going to have to deal with that later.
What? I never messaged her, like, hey, Arcadum said something and I was sad. What? Or are you talking about something else entirely unrelated right now? Her and I were going to hang out anyway, and I messaged her.
Did you or did you not talk to her about what I said?
Yeah, but that was after.
Oh, and now I'm going to pay for that.
What? No, dude, that was way after her and I had already started talking. That's not why she left.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You don't know her as well as I do. And if you think for a fact that what you've just done won't have rippling consequences, then you're wrong or naive. So, sorry. Like, now I have additional stress. Now I know I have to deal with that. And please don't message her trying to nip it in the bud, because that will just make it worse.
Her and I hang out all the time. Her and I had a planned hangout. She didn't leave to come talk to me about this. We had plans anyway. I messaged her like, hey, are we still hanging out? Are we still on for tonight? And she was like, I have a headache, but yeah, I'll be there in a minute. That's why she left the group call, because her and I had plans anyway. And
she said she'd come back. That's the part that you're not understanding.
When her and I ended our call, she was planning on going to bed.
Yeah, and now she's streaming.
By the time we ended the call, you guys were already done streaming. That's why she didn't come back, because it was over. Her and I talked for a while.
We were still in there. We were still in there after I streamed for like an hour and a half. But anyway, I'm not gonna try and argue about the semantics of it, because the point is, I know I have to deal with that now. She's probably gonna fucking take smaller shots at me, and I'm gonna have to deal with that. And I'm just.
Do you expect friends not to comfort each other? Like,
that's, oh my God. Yeah, that's what I meant. Please. That is not what I fucking meant. Do you have any idea what it's like to not even be able to talk your true feelings to somebody because you know it'll fucking destroy them? Like, do you have any idea what that's like? Like, that's my constant existence. Is I can't tell people what I really think or the truth about something, not the full one, because I know that they can't fucking take it.
Why do you have so many harmful thoughts towards your friends then?
It's not harmful thoughts, they're hard truths. And the thing about it is because I'm constantly in a position of providence to people. Those friends of mine are made and sustained through a system of service. So that's the difference.
I mean, do you think that if you didn't do D&D that people wouldn't be friends with you? Like, that's not the case.
Yes. No. I know that's in fact, I can give you a percentage. It is actually, I believe it is 17.8% of the people that I run D&D for will continue to be my friends once the game is done. I have that number for you. I have made that calculation. I have made that calculation 4 separate occasions. The evidence is empirical. So, sorry, but that statement that do you think they'll stop being your friends is actually yes, as much as you might not like it to be. We don't live in a world of what we'd like to be. We live in a world of realities, and that's the reality of it, is that 17.8% of you will not talk to me again.
Wait, 17?
Will continue to be my friend. I believe it is 48% of you won't talk to me ever again.
Wait, what about the other percent?
Passing messages, not a real friendship. Now, those numbers are probably going to be more bloated onto the passivity due to my position as a streamer. I haven't done the recalculations based off of that yet, but I can tell you unequivocally that the use of D&D in order to make friends has a 17.8% retention rate. That's the tragedy that I live. So I don't expect you to understand that. I don't bring it up because it just makes people feel awful. But that's the reality of it.
I mean, is that like for all DMs or for you specifically?
That's for me. I can't speak for all DMs. Right. That's for me specifically. But considering that that's the only measurement that matters is because it's me. I'm not someone else. So, yeah, that's me specifically.
Okay, but like, have you thought about why they wouldn't? Aside from the obvious clout chasers, because
no. This is before clout.
Okay,
this is before any of that. These measurements are based off my entire career. So, 17.8%.
Okay. Well, have you thought about why though? Because like,
no, of course I have, Naomi. Please. Yes, I have. I have augmented behaviors. I have done experiments to determine why. I have tried to pick different ethnicities. I've tried to do different gender counts. I've done everything that was within my power to experiment, and that number has remained depressingly the same. So that's the way it is. It could just be because it's me, but change isn't very easy, especially if someone of my age. So bearing a complete and utter personal overhaul, that's the way it's going to be. So that's why, to protect myself from disappointment, I have to keep this wall up. And one of those walls is determining whether or not I can speak frankly around someone in a non-professional manner. And after a year of our interaction, I thought that I was ready to be comfortable around you. I was wrong.
I mean, in that sense, we've had a lot more personal conversations than the closeness and comfort
which is why I'm not thinking that our friendship is over because of this. I just won't banter with you anymore. That's it. Like you're the one who's blowing this way out of proportion than what it actually is. Probably because you've had an emotional a day. I've had one too, but I'm used to having those because I'm not saying that I'm used to having those like other people don't have those every day. Right. I'm saying those that I am in a specific situation in which my training prevents me from being, I don't have the luxury of being emotional. I don't get to message people in the middle of the night with, something they said to me hurt my feelings. I don't get to do that.
As far as that goes, if you've got alerts on, it wasn't my intention to get you out of bed or anything.
No. It didn't wake me up.
Sleep schedules are
I was already
all
there.
Out of whack.
I said in the middle of the night because it's accurate, not because it's an intention that you woke me up.
Yeah, I have no fucking semblance of sleep right now. Everything got fucked up.
But my point is that that's the reality I live with.
Right.
You're taking this way out of proportion to think that because I'm not going to banter with you anymore that I'm going to stop being your friend. You won't even notice the difference. I mean, you might. I don't want to speak in absolutes, but my prediction rate on that's pretty high. You won't notice the difference. So it won't matter. It's just another adjustment that I have to do in my constant state of service that I live in. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if my sympathy had been higher, because it would have taken more levels of pulling for you to get to that statement that I knew was going to be polarizing.
Right.
You only got 2 layers of sympathy this time, not the normal 6 that I give to you. I'm sorry if that sounds aloof or cold, but that's literally all this is to me, is just numbers. Each person has a different level of sympathy that I give them, and I allot that as much as my mind can take.
Man, maybe that 17% exists because people are numbers to you. Like I know that people are way more than numbers to you.
Whoa,
but like all of this like testing stuff and like trying to like dive so deep into people.
It's what I do. That's why I'm good at my job. That's why I can make connections. That's why I can make friends with almost anyone.
Dude, it's like a blessing and a curse.
Well, yeah.
What do you mean you can make friends with almost anyone? You just whine forever about how like less than 20% of the people you interact with want to be your friend. How does this guy swap between I can make friends with almost anyone because I'm so analytical and I understand the number, and also, well, nobody will be my friend. I've done the numbers, Naomi. I've done them. Ugh, fuck this.
But I mean, look, I was a soldier. I know how to
What? Sorry.
Pay the dirt price.
Yeah.
I know how to eat shit and keep going. I'm tough.
Hang on, did he actually say soldier? 1 second. Because I will remind you, his service was in the Air Force doing logistics.
Look, I was a soldier.
Fuck me, he did. Ah.
I know how to pay the dirt price.
Yeah.
I know how to eat shit and keep going. I'm tough.
Well,
if I wasn't tough, I would have died long ago. So...
He did logistics! That's paper pushing! What the... Ah.
Yeah. Well,
this is how it's resolved.
I think there might be a few more people that would want to stick around even if you didn't do D&D, but thanks for the conversation.
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, aside from the fact that like I still think you're a really cool guy, and I think that like you beat yourself up too much.
Well, I mean, I don't really view this as beating myself up. I mean, it's...
And I will add, you notice how it suddenly turned into her comforting him? No, you're a really cool guy. Don't beat yourself up. Like, suddenly, the person who cried because he hurt her feelings is having to comfort him. He's turned himself into the victim. He loves to do that and talk about how hard it is for him, and nobody else should feel bad because he's the one that feels bad. He does this in every conversation. Anytime someone has an issue with them, it always ends with them having to, like, rub his back and tell him his dick is big. It's awful.
You definitely beat yourself up about other things, though.
Well, yes, because I know myself.
Yeah.
People think that, oh, you're way too hard on yourself. I'm hard on myself in the way that I'm hard on myself because once, many years ago, I allowed myself to become arrogant, and I became the most evil version of myself that I have ever witnessed.
Mm-hmm.
It disgusted me. Because imagine, you know me enough now that you know what my abilities are.
Uh-huh.
Imagine if they had no temperance.
Right.
And I was selfish.
Uh-huh.
Imagine the destruction that I could wreak. And get away with it. The problem is,
Imagine the destruction that I could wreak. This dude in the cheer force in charge of what would you do? Fuck up the logistics and ruin, like, inventory? God. Did they give him a gun?
Is that in the military, I was not a good person.
Right.
I wasn't. And it was only because of my self-realization that thankfully my love for D&D outpaced my selfishness, and I was able to retemper myself. Mm-hmm. These are the things that I put in place specifically to control who I am.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm talking about what it's like to not be able to say the things that I really want to say, that part of that, which everybody shows restraint. Everybody who wants to.
Yeah, if people didn't, people would be canceled left and right. Like,
yeah. But the thing is that I know that my influence is palpable and is naturally more destructive than most other people. Now, granted, recently I've been exposed to other people who also have that power at differing degrees and specializations. But from what I've noticed, with the exception of probably 2, mine is stronger than theirs. And I keep it in check. Because if I don't, I could really hurt someone. And that person has an audience.
Right.
So.
Now there's the risk of insane backlash.
No, it's not even that. I don't care what happens to me. I care about what I just did to that person. And because their pain is then magnified because of their audience.
Mm.
So, anyway, I normally don't talk about this kind of stuff because it makes people treat me differently.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't talk about it. They either don't believe me at all, and they think I'm a liar, I'm delusional, or even worse, they believe me and then they watch everything that they say around me. That's why I don't tell people it. That's also why I don't play Among Us. You ever want to know what it's like to play Among Us with me? Ask Momo.
I mean,
that's why I don't play. That's why I don't play it.
The first tier group, where we all play together, you joined us. It was pretty funny.
Okay. Well, anyway, I am sorry that I hurt your feelings.
Thank you for saying that.
Of the percentage that I believe it is my fault, I certainly believe that I hold enough of a percentage of it being my fault that it deems an apology.
I'm sorry for blowing it up a little more than I should and not being not thinking about my words more before saying them, because I wasn't trying to turn it into a lecture, but the way I perceived some of your responses was it wasn't clear to me, so I wasn't sure if you were really apologizing or dodging the question, but it's all good now. Or not dodging the question, sorry, it's fucking late.
Well, but it's text.
Yeah.
Text loses all humanity.
Yeah, for sure.
And therefore you're going to view everything as the most possible. Negative that it can be, because once you divide humanity, then you have only the devil. So
it felt like one of those that was like, well, I'm sorry that you took it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which of course I specifically didn't place the your in there.
Right.
I placed the your in the place that I did with the hopes that you wouldn't read it that way.
Yeah.
Because I could have said, I'm sorry you feel that way, and it would have meant the same thing, but of course you would have taken that into the whole PC outlook, chomping at the bit, fucking foaming at the mouth, fucking my feelings are valid, kind of shit. So that we avoid that by using proper placement of words. Yeah. And I'm not saying that you act that way. I've just had to recently deal with that to an extreme degree, and it's fresh in my head.
Dude, it's fucking weird when
if you're interested, I had an entire document written about my shortcomings and sent to me today.
Wait, that was I thought that was like a couple of days or like.
Imagine my shock. Someone wrote a document about how shit he was. Ava, was it you? Was it you?
Yesterday.
No, that happened today.
Dude, days are fucking flowing together. So yeah, no, I was there for bits of that stream. What a shit show.
There it is. If you ever want to peruse it, that's what I had to deal with today.
Oh,
hence,
dear.
Why my sympathy was short. These people said the day that I streamed Lost Odyssey, because I was depressed and I needed the break that everybody kept saying that I should take. was a dereliction of my duty.
Yeah,
Coming from people that did not serve in the military and therefore do not have a fucking idea of what duty is.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know they probably didn't mean it that way, but when you use a word like when you use a phrase like dereliction of duty, which is a military term,
yeah,
then I'm going to rip your fucking head off.
Right.
So, and it just gets kind of worse from there.
Yeah,
but the point is that that's where my sympathy went today, was not destroying the people that sent that to me.
Well, do you know who sent it? Because it was anonymous, right?
Oh, it's anonymous, but I can find them.
Right.
It's not difficult. If I wanted to know who they were, I would have falsified my intention to speak with them in good faith. I would have found out who they were and then removed them from the community.
Right.
That would have been the best solution. I didn't do it because it's dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, I stood on stream and I said, if you have a problem with what I'm doing to the point that you don't believe I care about this, then you need to leave.
How much
That's
do
what
people,
I told them.
pay to participate in the living world? Like, I know they
don't
submit applications. It's like subscription, right?
Yeah, if you're subbed, you get to be a part of the living world, but it's a reward for the subs.
Yeah.
It was never designed to be
like
a
paid
system
service,
that you paid for. Yeah, that's not what it is. And there's this whole thing where they try to like break down what the money cost of the item they paid for was. Oh man, it gets pretty bad. But yeah, essentially it's absolute nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it gets pretty bad. So I had to stomach all that. I also had to listen to a doctor in psychology,
Mm-hmm.
a person with a doctorate
Mm-hmm.
in human psychiatry, who is my community admin,
Mm-hmm.
nearly burst into tears delivering this to me because of all this shit that she got put through putting it together, so that she would be forced to, by being kind, and basically she's trapped by her ideals because of the malignation of them, because she believes everybody gets a voice. We specifically have protocols in place for that voice to be expressed, so on and so forth. See, that's the problem with too much PC thinking. You get trapped by it and then you can't do anything.
Right.
Sometimes you need to draw the line in the sand and say, and soldier the fuck up. That person is wrong.
Yeah.
Period. It doesn't matter that they're a POC, a woman, or gay.
Oh, dude, I am all for kicking toxic people out of communities, like full stop. Yeah.
The point is I had to basically listen to her try not to cry in front of me, and it pissed me the fuck off, because people can take all the shots they want to at me. I have enough soldier in me that I can be a little sociopathic if I need to protect myself, as dark as that might seem. But I have to, or else I'd break. She doesn't.
Right.
She is, in fact, designed to be the opposite. So, therefore,
right.
You know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to let that happen, so I stood up in front of stream and told them, you need to leave.
Right.
Period. Simple as that. Stop attacking my mod team. Stop attacking my community admin.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the stance I took.
Have you considered getting like a person who's like a personal assistant and PR manager that's like your like second in command, kind of like?
Yep. We already have those.
All right.
Yeah. I have an entire team. I mean, I'm pretty well delegated, but the problem with it is that, you know, it's just people, man. That's what it is. There are people that want to see me fail because the ideals that I represent are not the ones they agree with.
Right.
It's incredibly political. And I don't mean like political, like, you know, our government, but political as in he believes that you have to have permadeath in order to have the game have any meaning. I don't agree with that. This is going to fail. He should fail because I disagree with that. Continues to become the number one watched D&D stream. That's
right.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
That people can't handle that shit.
I think there's probably a solid mix of people who want to see anybody that's successful fail. Then there's probably also the people that like they have criticisms that they word poorly, but they want to see you succeed, but like they can't see that happening unless certain things are changed. So it's not just people that.
Oh, I know that, but here's the problem: a poorly worded criticism is useless to me.
Right.
That, I mean, like, your intention doesn't matter if it's not conveyed properly.
Uh-huh.
And that is an unfortunate fact. So if somebody has a really good valid point but they can't tell me, then it doesn't exist to me.
Right.
Because I don't know it exists. And we have protocols in place for them to the best ability that I could do with volunteers. I mean, I have a fucking person with a PhD in this shit helping me with it. Like, I don't know anybody whose credentials are higher than that that would do it for free.
Right.
Hello? You know? And so it's like, so we are at maximum capacity of caring for them to handle it, but that isn't enough for people because guess what? Some people lose.
Right.
That can't be avoided, you know? And it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But I just detest the presumption that I don't care.
Yeah, for sure.
That is the biggest thing that I protest, because anybody who watches what I do with any reasonable level of interest and retention knows that it's not true.
Like, yeah, you do a ton of work. You just need a clone of yourself.
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying, but I don't know. My work is almost done. I got about 2 months left before the main storyline comes to its ending, and then I can run out the ending, and then I'll finally have my break. So,
have you given any thought to what you're doing after? Like,
yeah, more D&D.
Hell yeah!
And my passion for D&D hasn't tapered in any way.
But I mean, if Virm makes it, is it going to be in the same universe?
Yeah, they'll just be a time skip, and there'll be new things to do.
It's awesome. So, well, I hope we all succeed and that nothing blows up in game or out of game before that time comes. Yeah.
Anyway.
Thanks for chatting, and thanks for talking about your other stuff.
I will banter with you one more time. But I need you to understand something and take this as I mean it.
Okay.
Read the room next time. And if it's not something you think you're in a position to handle, then don't.
Yeah, I won't join on a 2-second whim. If I hear Neve next time, I'll
I mean, I'm just saying, take a moment to see what's happening.
Right.
Because while I do take the responsibility for what I did in it, there is some of it that is yours.
For sure.
And the fact of the matter is that when you start the banter, because I let you engage first. And it was with a correction, which was the running gag joke, and I was okay with that.
Yeah.
But once you move the piece, we're playing chess. And that was something that I thought was understood.
Yeah. I will take the time to read the room, and I won't, And
the reason I believe that, Naomi, is because I have respect for, I use opponent because I can't think of a better word, but I respect my opponents that if they're playing, then I'm going to treat them. I'm not going to take it easy on them.
Yeah.
If we enter the ring together, it's with mutual respect, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna toss the shot. Because especially if you throw it first, I always let people throw it first because I know I'm witty.
Yeah.
So,
man, the amount of times I have to correct people's misspelling, though, to me, it's just a chore at this point. It's not even banter to anybody. I'm just like, all right, how many different ways?
To piss Chad off.
No! So many people actually don't know how to spell it right. I'm trying to fix this.
Clap.
But all right. Yeah, sounds good.
Anyway, feel better.
Thank you. You too. I really hope that no more shit like this gets pulled on you because yeah, that whole fucking document's pretty fucked up, and I'm sorry to you and your staff for having to deal with that. Yeah.
We'll get through it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, see you tomorrow. I mean, today.
Yep, I'll see you later.
All right. Bye. Good night.
Farewell.
And there we have it. That was the call. How are you guys doing? Did you enjoy that? Did we have fun? Was that everything that you hoped it would be? That was the origin of the 17.8% meme. The worst part was, since I couldn't talk without really interrupting every minute, I was typing in the YouTube chat, and then I realized, like, you guys are, like, behind, and then I realized that there's a 15-second delay, you know, so I was saying stuff 15 seconds early. It's so dumb. I'm sorry if that, like, came up to anybody. Oh, shit. Okay, hang on. We gotta go back really quick. I gotta get the home image and the GUI back up. Yeah, that video, for anyone that liked it, it was a study music, relax, chill, rainy mood, Death Note OST. So by Light. So just something to think about. Let's see. I want to. Oh no! All right, we might have broke some people there. Oh wait, I gotta turn everything down. I gotta put everything back up. We're almost done. I think hers goes on for a while more, but we'll probably just do a little bit more and then end it. Let's see. $2 from MLG Hasrad. I want to die. Okay, that's how we're doing then. That's how we're doing then. Thank you for telling me. Let me just get the stupid everything back up real quick. There we go. And I need to click out before I hit the duck button so I don't tank the stream. Yeah, but you see it, right? Trying to explain this guy and, you know, what he does is difficult, is it not? Like, it's really hard to put your finger on what the heck is wrong with him. Because there's so much, you know? Like, it's like he's so passive aggressive you can't really describe it without sounding insane. Let's finish with Naomi's arc. I'll try, but if you look at it, here was the call, the context before the call, and we're just about to finish that one. And then there's a little while more. So I'll probably go to the last border. So, I mean, not the last border, but the next border, which is right here. Okay, so we're halfway through this guy. I guess we're all set up? Yeah, I guess we're all set up. But you understand, right? I was having shouting imaginary, like, arguments when I heard Balblax reading this out. Well, I was doing art. I was supposed to be doing art, but I was so mad. What's wrong with him is a very broad question. I know, right? And like, that's the thing. He never gives an inch. Like, you know, on one hand, maybe don't be sensitive. On the other hand, maybe make allowances for your friend, because not every friend is going to be comfortable with the way that you treat your friends in general, you know? So you have to find a compromise, you know? You can still banter, and then she gets it a little lighter, you know? That's it. And she basically had to beg and sit through that, you know, him just unloading on her for 40 minutes before he's like, okay, Naomi, I will banter with you one more time, but you have to read the room. Just absolutely talking down to her. Do some angry art. No, they're busts for a game that I will never release. So but man, I was mad. And then I played Road 96, and then I was like the saltiest I've been. It's weird. I don't know. It's just incredibly aggravating. It's trapping her to make her feel like no reaction or response will be correct, so he can be angry and upset at every turn. He's making it her fault. Yeah, he's making himself the victim and her the person that needs to feel ashamed and apologize. Like, that's the thing. He's always the victim. You always must comfort and apologize to him. Ava Bernal, 5. I'll work on an essay focusing only on that call. I'm so mad at this. You see, remember when you came in at the very beginning of the stream, you're like, I don't know who this is, but I got a cocktail and I'm ready to cringe. And now you're like, analytical paper right now. Weren't you guys, do you miss your innocence before this all happened? I guess all I meant to say was that Naomi is extremely aware of the manipulation tactics going on, handling it appropriate. I agree with you. Yeah. I think she was sort of aware. She seemed to be more aware than the other girls that I've seen. I mean, most of them seem to, or all of them that I've seen, realize it now. But Naomi was like, yeah, I saw where this is going and I tried to dance around it. And I was like, oof, good one. So that was the call right here. 44 cursed minutes. We were there for that. We've experienced it. Let's see. You know what? set this to repeat. This is a pretty good one. Okay. Let me move the chat over so I can see it. Genuinely what gaslighting is. Yeah. You don't see the term used correctly often, but I feel like it's pretty spot on here. Okay, hey Arcadum, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to say that the reason I asked last night, while I understand that you're handling the situation yourself... By the way, this is after he tried to confess his love to her and like 3 other girls in the same week. Keep that in mind. This is someone that he claimed to like want to pursue. Just wanted to say that apparently he's been verbally abusive to his girlfriend. Like, I don't know if that's the right word, but he said some awful shit. You know his girlfriend Tiffany of 8 years? I was like, is he good to her? Is he mean to her? Because usually this kind of behavior bleeds through even to spouses. And someone told me like, he said that he knew 2 certain ways to absolutely emotionally destroy her. And one of those was to tell her that she would make for a bad mother, and apparently it just like had her like crying. I don't know the details. All I know is that what that person chatted, but if that's true, that's disgustingly horrendous. It's like because he's aware how he can hurt people, and he decides, you know, to use it when he needs to. Okay. Well, I understand that you're handling the situation yourself and that you don't want to be exacerbating it in any way, and Lordy knows I've got no reason to get involved. There are a lot of PCs that want to know what's going to happen on the surface level. They aren't talking about it in the CR Discord, but they're definitely talking. Callus Row, I believe, is the Discord. Like, it was like a D&D thing. A number of people have expressed privately that if Tate is still in CR next Friday, they're quitting because they don't want to be affiliated with him. Not knowing where you stand on the matter or whether or not he'll be allowed to play has some people really stressed out. I know how well you handled the cry situation. This isn't cryotic, I don't believe. Oh wait, maybe it is cryotic. But I do know there's a girl that has cry in her name. It's like Cry Pie or something like that. So I don't know who she's talking about. As you keep as much drama as possible out of your games, and I'm personally indifferent, so I'm just letting you know, although I'm 90% sure you're already in the loop in this one is so much bigger than that one party, so it extra sucks, frowny face. Best of luck with it all. I've heard a little bit about this. Apparently they had issues where like some players were harassing other players and like trying to find where they live or something like that, and I don't know, it happened like 2 different things. Salt hits cry. That sounds about it. Let me see. Cry story. Say Hilt's cry. So yeah, that sounds kind of like what you were saying. So maybe. Yeah, she's got a twit longer too. Join the party. Arcadum, I am aware. I am taking care of it. I have informed mods. Once I am ready to tell everyone, I will. All great then. Sorry that you have to deal with shit show after shit show. Oh, Naomi. All great then. Sorry that you have to deal with shit show. Yeah, because this didn't sound like Arcadum. I knew right away that this didn't sound like Arcadum. Oh, no wonder. It's Naomi. Because usually Arcadum isn't saying, oh, I'm sorry you have to... He's not really sympathetic to most people. She's talking about cryotic here. That's right, the allegations about cryotic came out. Yeah, I liked Cry too. I liked them a lot. His creepypasta readings inspired me to do my own. But that's the thing, just because I liked him doesn't mean I should necessarily defend him, and sometimes you just have to come to understand that the people you liked and were inspired by might not be good people. But if you like their works, you know, take the parts that you liked out of their works and try to incorporate it into your own stuff, you know? Sorry you have to deal with shit show after shit show. It should be about the stories, not the problems of the people behind them. Thanks, man. That was a nasty session. Sick nasty session. Excited to be back in the horror and having infinite fun. Also, my throat hurts from laughing during the art at the end. What a great time, bless. So it sounds like they were having good times despite the way he was acting, you know? Oh, wait a minute. Copy of Inherent Problems with LW. He brings it up at 33 and sends it to me at 33. So this is the document. I was wrong. This is the document. He might have actually sent her the document where people that he talked about and whined about. Oh my god. Okay, I think I can... Okay, so remember how he was like super mad about it and like how awful it was? This is big. This is super big. Wait a minute. Okay, alright. I don't know if because technically this is just like some issues that they had. It sounds like sub money, because remember how he was in the call? Well, they don't have to pay to get in. But right after that, he said it's an exclusive reward to subs. And I assume he means subs on Twitch because he's a big time Twitch streamer, which means that they were paying to get in. Is that not correct? If you guys want to read this, you can check it out. It's in Naomi's Twitlonger right after the call. Copy of Inherent Problems. Huh. Problem with the living world. The problems with LW means living world, which is his VR D&D thing, is that the good things rarely come when promised and the bad things never stop. So they're saying there's bubbles and bottlenecks. There's a lot of D&D. It's better that the Violet Blast hit Aura instead of GSG's new character, because if it hit the new character, Aura would have died anyways because of refraction. Backlog and time investment. So I think you have to really understand D&D to get some of these. Maybe we can go over this, because I do have some people in here that in the chat that are pretty knowledgeable with D&D. Streamers versus... Okay. So, I am the storyteller, the Violet doesn't fight fair, criticism is not handled in a professional manner. What? Arcadum doesn't handle criticism well? Wow! Okay, so this is something to keep in mind, but we'll probably stick with Naomi's story for a little bit. Interesting, though. Very interesting. Shit, there were timestamps during the video. Let's see if she hits on the ones that we were talking about. Let the manipulation begin. She does. 243, telling me how I should act and how friendship is shown. Yeah, I loved how he told her how she should be acting, like, be tougher. And then when she tried to tell him, he was like, you're not allowed to tell me how I should feel, you know, and how I should react. And it's like, bro, you've been telling her for 5 minutes how she should. Telling me how to respond and feel, aggression. So if you guys want to rewatch the video, she went and made timestamps about what she thinks about certain things. I know Ava said she was going to make a paper. This might come in handy if you're looking for, like, timestamps. Aggression. This is why it's so hard to say anything to him. Constantly interrupting, twisting you in circles. Describes his narrative of how things went, then telling me how I should have acted and felt. Gaslighting. He's speaking as if I deliberately came here to make him feel bad, as if I cried to guilt trip him, as if I cried to guilt trip. You know, he probably did. Because what's that thing where, like, if you think everybody around you is always lying, that's kind of this says more about you and how, you know, because you know what I mean? Like, they reflect your own thoughts. Like, if you're a nice person, you're naive, you don't really expect everybody to be lying. But if you're a constant liar, you assume everybody else is doing what you're doing, right? Naomi also played this audio recording live on her Twitch stream and gave even more of her commentary and her feelings throughout the conversation. Okay, I see. Let's see. I was just trying to resolve a minor conflict before friends, so that it wouldn't become a big deal. He calls himself an advanced empath, lol. Yeah, he shuts down anything I try to say here, so I don't even know what to say, implying the only way to resolve issues is to shut down communication. Yeah. Look, if you have a problem with communication, you know, between friends, the idea is not just to cut communication and, like, mess up your friendship. It's to maybe try and work through it. I can't imagine what being a couple... Can you imagine being a couple with this guy, like, living with him and, like... Cause, you know, couples, you know, when you're with someone, it puts you through the ringer. Like, you both have to compromise. And I really can't see him ever compromising. Looks like you're wearing a sombrero. Nice. So wait, Naomi went into the whole thing prepared, or was she recording just in case? I think she recorded it probably because she was aware that, you know how some of these other girls are like, man, I didn't think to record it. I didn't think that I'd be put in that position. She didn't record an earlier thing, and I guess since then she started smelling that something was up and she started recording. Honestly, it's not a good thing to do to record people, but if you have someone that is constantly telling you, like, no, that's not the truth, this is the truth, and, like, trying to tell you what happened didn't happen, and who has a history of, like, editing your messages later, or their messages to change what they said, I might start doing it, you know? Especially because it was a confrontational thing, you know? It's always good to have proof of what was said. Because what if he just said, hey, we talked for 44 minutes and she was totally irrational, she was screaming at me, you know, she said some really hurtful things, and, you know, she's clearly off her meds, like he did about that one girl, he said that, or like that she was mentally unwell, and then, you know, she could just be like, no, here's the full recording, she can protect herself, recordings protect you, you know, because they usually don't lie. Okay, he shuts down anything I try to say here, so I don't even know what to say, implying that the only way to resolve issues is to shut down communication. It's such an abusive tactic. Here comes the lecture. He randomly brings Kelly into this. That was the first person's twitlonger that we read, Kelly Siren. Jumps to conclusions, sighs, gets upset. Now I'm gonna pay for that. Yeah, he started guilt-tripping her for confiding in our friend about her crying, and why? Says Kelly is going to start taking shots at him. You don't know her as well as I do. Seems to imply that Kelly is a bad person that harms him and causes problems for him, and says, please don't message her trying to nip it in the bud, because that'll just make it worse. To try to keep me from communicating with her. Common manipulation tactic, isolation. Yep. I can't tell people what I really think or the truth about something. It's not harmful thoughts, they're hard truths. And that's the thing about him. Everybody else is just like emotional and opinions, but him, it's hard truths. He knows it. He's not biased. He's telling the truth and you can't handle it. It was almost that he can't handle it thing. He'd be the perfect for a role in HR, just find a way to blame the employee/victim for everything. Oh yeah. Let's see. Somebody says there's a second call. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Summer had heard the exact same statistics from him. Yeah, remember how he said, I don't like to talk about it, but it's like, he's talked about it with multiple people, the statistic. Experiments that I've tried to pick different ethnicities? Question mark. Maybe he thought Asians would like him more. I don't know. I don't have the luxury of being emotional, and also says, no, it didn't wake me up. I was already there after mentioning multiple times that I called in the middle of the night. Yeah, you can't really blame her and like give her a hard time for calling you in the middle of the night if you were awake. Each person has a different level of sympathy that I give them. My sigh of defeat. There's nothing more I can say that'll get through to him because he's talking about a sociopath. Yeah, this is probably right about where she just gave up and let him rant for half an hour. And then he was just like, okay, I'll give you another chance. We need the second call, jeez. We might have to start it off tomorrow, or save it for a break for tomorrow. I was a soldier, talking about hypothetical worse version of himself. Imagine the destruction I could wreak and get away with it. I know that my influence is palpable, and is naturally more destructive than most other people, and basically talks about how his pole/community is stronger than most other people's. Yeah, people have described his following as cult-like. The implication of him being able to easily take someone down. And that's why people were afraid of him. That's why guys backed off when he asked what their intentions were with random women and that he was in love with those women, you know? This is the document linked above. I haven't read this document at this point, and I didn't know what was actually in it, so I couldn't contradict it. However, I'd heard various things about Arcadum by this time, and also heard a rumor that Arcadum wasn't paying some artists on time and had an opinion on him. But still, smile and nod. This article is well written, and it calmly and comprehensively outlines some issues that some people have with the living world. You know, it's funny, because when he described it and talked about it, he acted like it was just garbage, like attacking evil garbage that made his community manager cry because it attacked her too. But apparently that's not the case. That's not the case. Oh, the second call is very short. Okay, fine, maybe we can do it. I don't know this guy too well, but from what I saw, he seemed a good amount of people really respected the guy, which makes it so much more tragic. Yeah. Let's see. I don't endorse/recommend Destiny, but if you really want an intelligent, concise, and Destiny is, I would almost say he's got some similarities to Arcadum. Not in every way, but in the way that he's very cold, hard fact. Like, he's not really good with emotions, but he's, you know, really able to dissect things and talk about things on a different level. I think he's got something, whatever Arcadum got, maybe he's got similar, in my opinion. But yeah, my god, is he like an unfriendly guy? Gee. However, Arcadum talking about it, he keeps saying that this document was attacking the admin that put it together, that these people were attacking his community and his project. The document is written with respect and passion for Virum, but Arcadum is trying to spin it as if it's a massive, cruel, uncalled for attack when he just can't take criticism. It's funny that he didn't share it around and it just like everybody would have to take his word for it. Oh, it's anonymous, but I can find them. It's not difficult. If I wanted to know who they were, I would have deigned. I would have falsified my intention to speak with them in good faith. I would have found out who they were and removed them from the community. It's really nice that these thoughts just come so easy to him, but what a nice guy. He didn't do that, gee. The funny thing is he never actually shared this document with his community. He hid it from everyone because it was full of valid truths. He said it was because it was cruel, attacking his staff, but there is no attack there. There's only support for the staff who also suffered from him. Attacking my admin that put the document together. Nothing in that doc attacks her. So much reverse hyperbole. I've never heard of reverse hyperbole. Does anybody know that? What that means? That's a new one for me. A poorly worded criticism is useless to me. I mean, like, your intention doesn't matter if it's not conveyed properly. He says this, but earlier he was criticizing that I mistook his banter for something bad, that the way I perceived it was not his intention. Hello, contradiction. He makes a lot of contradictions, doesn't he? It's so funny. He's like, well, it doesn't matter if you're speaking the truth. If it's not conveyed well, it doesn't matter. And then meanwhile, he's like, well, who cares? That wasn't my intention, and that's what matters. So it's so funny. Sometimes the intention is most important. Sometimes the way it's conveyed is the most important. Fascinating, fascinating. Oh, so people gotta go to... Yeah. Okay, tell you what. We will end it on this call, and then we'll finish this. It is a very short call, apparently. Apparently, it's like 5 minutes, I think. So we'll go ahead and finish there. Yeah, we've already done one call. It was the first call. The 17.8% call. Alright, how many gigs is this? How many gigs is this? Be nice. Oh, okay. It's already done. Alright, guys. You will get to see beloved light, Gaslight Yagami one more time. Because we are getting into this. Let me get this set up. Let me move chat over here. Short call as in normal length. Okay, we'll finish off on this one then. I know that only because somebody can't defend properly by voice, these kinds of people think they won't go back and think about what happened again afterwards. Yeah, he's got 0. Reverse hyperbole would be litotes, using an understatement to emphasize a point by stating a negative to further affirm a positive, often incorporating double negatives or effect. Do we have a... Can I get a example sentence? Oh, what the... Gaslight me, please. Wait. Alright, let me just set this up real quick. I gotta get rid of this, and this, and this. Okay, for example, it's not the best weather today during a storm. I do those all the time. Like, I'll be like, oh, I'm not the biggest fan of that. He's not the friendliest I do that a lot. Shit. Okay, well, maybe in itself, maybe it's not that bad of a thing, but it's, you know. Gee, reverse hyperbole. I thought those were just understatements. Like, you know, like comical understatements or something. Oh, well, weird. Okay, where is that? It's right here. Okay.
Hey Naomi, sorry about messaging you and deleting it. I realized I was messaging a lot of people to talk to.
I know what this is from. I believe that this message was right after everything broke. Like, he's in a panic because his girlfriend found out, and suddenly he's going, like, his girlfriend found out about him sexting a bunch of women. So what he starts doing is he bans those women, he fires those women, he gets them booted out of the Discord, and, like, including some of the girls we reread about, and then he starts going into their DMs and editing his messages to remove, like, the sexual stuff he said to them. I believe that's what this is. Are you guys ready for a little bit of karma? Hang on. If there's context to this, I need to read it out. Let me just really quick. There we go. Okay, let me just, because it's possible that there's some context. Okay, so the context here, recording 2. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Because this is August 20... No, 2021! Okay, I saw the 20 and thought it was like, oh, 2020. Nope. Guys, this was August 20th, 2021. This was like a couple weeks ago, okay? So, the context to start this, I'll read this part. He messaged me asking if I was there, his usual greeting from before calling, and deleted his message because he's been spam messaging and calling everyone he knows. Oh, he's panicking. I'm aware of some of what he did at this point. I answer him already recording because I can already tell he's gonna throw some BS my way. Says nothing about the fact that Tiffany is holding his computer hostage because she read his DMs with all these girls. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so this is when everything started to tumble down for quote-unquote poor Mr. Arcadum. You know, wifey found out about his improprieties, and his idea was to try and bury and get rid of all the girls. So, very nice, very nice. Okay. I can't stop watching the train wreck 3 whiskeys, and God, don't poison yourself, man. We're still like 4 out of 12. Okay. Naomi got the date wrong here. Oh, but was it still 2021? I forget the exact date, but it was off about 6 to 7 days. That's okay. Just as long as like this is when Tiffany found out. So my point is like this was a little while ago, 2021. This is when it started, all coming down on him. Bury them literally, I assume. Well, get rid of them and all their friend groups, because remember, he's not just firing from their jobs. He's kicking them out of Discord where all their friends were. Like, you guys, like, who are in the Discord, imagine, like, if I was, like, trying to hide, like, something super gross that I had done, and I did that by, like, kicking you all from, I mean, it's not my Discord, but you know what I mean, getting you all kicked from, like, Discords. Like, you have friends on there, like, good friends. That would be awful. Okay, here we go. So girlfriend knows it's coming down on him. Girls are, woo. Naomi clarified it on her stream, but couldn't change her twit longer. I understand. The 6 to 7 days wrong, not a big deal. Not a big deal. A stream that is happening in my time zone? Yeah, we're going so long. I hope you're ready to cringe. This guy is about to get a dose of karma for his nasty behavior.
Hey, Naomi. Sorry about messaging you and deleting it. I realized I was messaging a lot of people to talk to.
Oh, and like you didn't want to overlap stuff. I mean, we can always talk another time if you want.
No,
I saw the notification on my phone.
I might as well take it. But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so you may have noticed I left Calistro.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany's mom and my mom are sick. I'm going to be traveling out to my mom, spend time with her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be handling a bunch of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably going to hear it through the grapevine. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I unfortunately had to treat some of my very good friends very badly.
Mm-hmm.
Things between Tiffany and I are not going well. And part of the consolidation is I had to cut contact with people.
I saw that a few people were kicked out of the CR Discord and a few others without any due process, so I am aware.
Yeah. That's why I left the Calus Road Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Let other people take control of it so that those people can still participate.
They are not coming back.
Oh. All right, then. Well, I still did that for them.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I still did that for them. As in, like, oh, but I still get the points, okay? I Jesus Christ.
And, yeah, I had to do some things for love and to handle something I lost.
Mm-hmm.
And now I feel like the whole world is going to be against me and my whole world's going to be ripped apart. You always been a straight shooter with me. Do you hate me? Does everyone hate me?
I don't hate you, and I don't think everybody hates you. But I think you handled this terribly.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you've basically ruined some people's careers, and you've hurt a lot of people that did nothing but look out for you and try to stick by your side as best as possible. And still to this day, despite those things, do not wish to see you suffer and do not wish to see you canceled or shut down. So you've you've seriously hurt people that, despite everything that they've gone through because of you, still don't want to see you fail.
I know. And I do not deserve that. I felt like, my excuses don't matter, but I felt like I had no choice. I had to do it to get back when I realized I didn't want to lose. And I hurt a lot of people, which is why I've done the only thing I can do. I've given them Callus Row. I've removed myself from it, sworn off VR chat. For Kelly, I've...
No, dude. The most you could have done is not retroactively go and edit years-old messages to make yourself look better. And might I remind you, from what I've heard from chat, one girl was the first to come out, and he told everyone that she was, like, mentally unwell, and then tried to ask them to make Twitlongers in support of him. So no, he did not... I mean, even when he was caught, he was trying to make shit up and, like, hide things. So no, he did not do the right thing. Like,
Sent her a severance package, and I've talked to Brett to give her some music work to help her career continue. I am not going to come out and say anything to them. I will only say bright and wonderful things about them. I didn't want to do any of this, as little as that might matter, but I didn't want to. And I hope that in time that they'll forgive me, even though I don't deserve it.
Okay, we got an update from somebody that knows. Okay, so according to someone in chat, the way it happened was before anyone came out, he called everyone and said somebody would be coming out that was mentally unstable. Then everybody posted simultaneously. Okay, so I wonder which girl he was trying to call mentally unstable. Was it Kelly Siren? Because he was really nasty where she was, like, mad at him for something and he was like, I don't deserve this. Have you taken your meds lately? Or something like this. Was it her? Does anyone know, like, what girl specifically he was trying to call mentally unwell? Because Jesus Christ.
Well, you know better than most people that all actions have consequences. As a person who creates stories for hundreds of people, you know that all actions have consequences. So, obviously you didn't want these things to happen, but these are the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, I know. I feel like my world's ending, but I deserve it. All I can think about is what I'm going to lose, and I'm worried about my mom, and it's all coming at me at the same time, but I know I don't deserve anyone's sympathy.
I think there's something really important that you need to think about, and, you know, I know you've told me that you don't want to hear me preaching at you before, so I'm not going to do that, but there's been so much that's happened that's been absolutely incredible around your career over these past couple of years.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important if you can take this time to step back and evaluate what really, really matters to you. Because you're spreading yourself very thin, and it's leaving you unable to handle the things that are important. So you have to figure out what's important. And I also remember one time you saying that things weren't going well with Tiffany, but you needed to stay with her for appearance's sake. I don't know if that's all that you wanted to stay with her with.
No, it was me not being honest with myself. And I am scheduled to go into therapy now because I realize I need it. I guess when the chips were down, I wanted to be with her more than anything else. And still very well might lose that, and all of this would have been for nothing. And that would be a cruel irony. But and not, it's what I deserve, I guess. All I can do now is, I guess, promise to be better, go into therapy, figure out what I did wrong, why I did it, how I can avoid ever to do it again, and just try to create more joy than the pain I've caused. I don't really know what else I can do.
Yeah. I think stepping back from Callous Row is the right thing.
Yeah. It was wrong for me.
On that side of things, there's a lot of talk, especially from Cypher, about like, this is only temporary, only a couple of months kinds of things. But
I'm probably not coming back, but, you know,
your name will always be tied.
I should mention that, according to someone in chat, he said somewhere that as soon as he moves out from his ex-girlfriend's place and sets up his equipment in a new place, he plans to come back in like a month. So there's that. Keep that in mind.
To the project, but based on absolutely everything that's gone on, this situation and also the previous ones, I think that, and based on the reactions, like the reactions from the Callous Row team have, because there was an announcement made to players, the reactions were all just like, well, I hope he does fine, but nobody has any concerns because this project has been in very capable hands of the entire staff team. And
oh yeah. Yeah.
I know you've said before that you wanted to fix things and you were working on improving things with Tiff, but I just really hope that this time you actually make it happen, because you have the privilege that many people don't of having yet another chance.
Yeah, and I know I don't deserve it, but I am grateful for it. And I will try my damnedest not to waste it.
And if you know now that the one thing that you don't want to lose is Tiff, then don't fuck around.
I won't. Ever again.
So
That's the best I can.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand if you don't want to talk to me anymore. Or however you feel about it. I just wanted to say that I have been grateful to the friendship that you've given me and the counseling and just being there.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you ever want to, if a cameo appearance is available, you're welcome back. If not, you don't want it, I understand completely. All I can say is that I'm sorry and try to make everything better.
Well,
that's all.
Yeah. For me, I have empathy for you. I appreciate a lot of what we've been through together. I'm also incredibly disappointed in the way you've treated some people that I hold extremely dear.
I know.
So I'm not sure overall how I feel. I think overwhelmingly it's just disappointed, but also hopeful.
Yeah. I am disgusted with myself that I put myself in that position. You know, I lament a lot about, I didn't have a choice, but I put myself in that impossible choice. I did that.
Yeah.
And I have done everything I can to make it up. And I will continue to do so. That's the best I can do. That's why I left Callous Row, so that those people could stay in and they could participate in it if they wanted, and I wouldn't have to, be all like that. And then I basically sworn off VR chat completely because I've just done so much damage there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to focus on Tiffany, and if she doesn't accept me back, then D&D. Do the thing I know that I'm good at, that makes people happy, and that can inspire others to make others, and hope that I can.
So anyway, I'm going back to D&D. Jesus Christ. Thanks, dude. Real good effort to grow.
Throw some good out in the world.
You've always said that your heart has room for two things, for Tiffany and for D&D.
Yeah.
So keep working for those things.
Thanks for listening, Naomi. I don't want to take up more of your time.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know what was going on.
Mm-hmm. We can talk again.
I want to be clear. You said I'd have another chance and that people aren't going to attack me, and I am very grateful for that, but I want you to know that I don't think I deserve it. But I don't want to stop doing D&D.
I mean, at the end of the day, look.
And there it is. He's crying, but did you hear that? But I don't want to stop doing D&D. That's what he cares about. That's why he's crying. But I don't want to stop doing D&D. He's not sorry about the trouble he caused. He's not sorry about lying, manipulating, isolating people. He's sad because he might lose his toy. He didn't learn a thing. This is the part where he breaks out into tears, but it's right as he says, I don't want to stop playing D&D. Fucking, he doesn't care. People are saying in chat that I don't think he cares. I think he's just sad he got caught, and I think you're right.
At the moment, it doesn't sound like people absolutely despise you. There aren't that many rumors flying around. Like, to be completely straight with you.
Okay, one more time. I'm sorry, I'll shut up after this. But like, if you've seen some of those true crime documentaries, have you noticed? It's a pattern I've noticed. But like, Chris Watts comes to mind. But some of these people, like, they'll kill like women and like their children, or murder their wives, kill their kids, and it's like they don't cry at all when they talk about doing it. But the second they say, "Oh my God, my life is over," they break into tears. Like, have you noticed that pattern? Like, I saw it with Chris Watts, because like he described killing his wife and his kids, and then like I specifically remembered like when he just like says aloud that his life is ruined, and that like what are people gonna say when that's when he starts to break down into tears. Like that's what hits them, not the other people. I don't know. I mean, of course he's nothing like that, but it's just funny that I've seen that in other people where they don't care about what they've done to other people. They only care about them possibly losing their privileges because they've been caught.
If someone who you have harmed decides to speak out against you, then I don't know if or when that will happen. That's not something that I have heard.
Yeah, it's fine. It's yeah.
Overwhelmingly, because people don't know what's going on, they are concerned for you and your family. People have so much trust in you, and if they knew what was going on, they would be absolutely heartbroken. So what you need to do is do your damn best to make sure you don't do any more things that will hurt the people who you are now partially responsible for.
Yeah. I'll do my best. I hope it's good enough.
The great thing about this is that you have less things to focus on. If you're pulling out from a lot of projects and you're cutting off contact with a lot of people that make you want to do things that aren't right or that you shouldn't be doing, then you have the space and the energy to focus on doing good in these few avenues of your life and cleaning up those messes and not making any new ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, you have a massive chance to make things right and keep things right. And if you don't take it, and if things go wrong again, then I don't think there would be any coming back from that, because how many times, you're rolling the dice with fate right now.
Yeah, I hope that I can just continue to do D&D and I just won't hurt anyone ever again.
I love how he's finessed his way into, okay, well, I'll do, like, earlier he was like, well, I don't want to stop playing D&D. He's like, okay, well, I'll keep doing D&D, but I just won't hurt anyone. He hasn't learned a thing. He's not willing to give anything up. He doesn't want a punishment. He wants to do everything that, he was doing before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I just need to go to therapy and figure out why I did those things in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And that way I won't do them again.
And going forward, one of the things that's helped me, and I've seen help a lot of people, is always keeping this in consideration. If you're doing something that you feel you'll have to hide in any way, shape, or form, stop doing that thing.
That's good advice.
It's very simple.
That's good advice.
And if you don't want someone to see you doing it, then just don't do it. Because someone's going to see it.
Yeah.
Whether it's now or 5 years down the line. Things never disappear. So, you got to keep yourself on the straight and narrow.
I will.
Yeah. All right, well, my aunt passed, and I'm very sympathetic to your family issues.
Sorry.
So, no, she passed a week ago, but I'm going to see extended family for that, and I know that you need to take care of your mother, and I hope that she will be in good health, because it's always a devastating loss.
Oh, man, like, I have surgery soon. I don't want to bog you down. You got to go. I get it. Thank you.
No.
I hope I'm just like reading too much into this, but did it feel like he tried to one up her loss? Like she didn't bring up her mom actually, or her aunt actually freaking died, 15 minutes ago when he was talking about how he was worried about his mom. But then she saves it to the end. She's like, yeah, it's okay. Personally, I had an aunt that died. I'm going to have to be taking care of things, with that. And then he's like, well, my mom's about to get surgery. I hope that it's just like he wants to like talk about a similar thing, but it almost feels like he's trying to one up. Like, well, my mom's about to get surgery, and I'm really worried. I don't know. Maybe I'm not being charitable. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't know.
I hope her surgery goes well. I mean, healthcare these days is absolutely incredible. So I'm wishing her all the best. You do what you got to do to take care of her.
Yeah. До свидания.
До свидания. I'll talk to you again.
I think he hung up before she was even done, like, saying goodbye to him.
I hope her surgery goes well. I mean, healthcare these days is absolutely incredible, so I'm wishing her all the best. You do what you got to do to take care of her.
Yeah. До свидания.
До свидания. I'll talk to you again.
I don't know. Maybe, like, because of that gap, that's when he hit hang up, Yeah, I don't know. It feels like he hasn't learned a thing. You know what I mean? Might be him trying to sympathize with her by show. I'm going to go ahead and be charitable, because that's the thing. You could see it both ways. Everything I know about this guy is like, no, he's a piece of garbage. But maybe in that one time he was trying to empathize and being like, oh, I'm going through something too. So I'll give him that one. This is how it is. Your aunt died. That's facts. My mother's dying. That's facts. My pain is better than anything worse. Gee. So, what did you guys think of that call? How are we doing? So, we'll probably end it there. Let's see, where's my thing? It was goodbye in Russian. Yeah, До свидания is goodbye in Russian. Oh, I better... Okay. So, there's that. That was his reaction to being caught. and honestly, he did not seem particularly regretful, in my opinion. Especially because his first instinct was to try and say the person that coming out was crazy, and also to start screwing and tampering with the messages to change them completely. That's not something an innocent person does. Cathartic, but could do with someone raking him over the coals for a bit. Yeah, me too. If it makes you feel better, a couple of VTubers here have gone on to streams and talked about it real time. So if you're looking for more of a reaction of, my god, that guy sucks, then, yeah, and she's got timestamps as well. Maybe I should have been scrolling down through them. Oh, these are very short. Asking me to tell him how it was. I was hiding a lot. Yeah, that's the thing. He keeps getting mad at girls for not telling him what they're really thinking and that he's not an idiot. But if they do tell him what they're really thinking, he immediately starts fighting them on it and insulting them and stuff. So it almost conditions you. And I guess I can see it, how they end up in these things where they just put up with it. It's almost like he conditions you to just do whatever he says. Otherwise, he pulls a massive fit. If you say you don't agree, he pulls a fit. If you say he hurt your feelings, he pulls a massive fit. If you say that, that he did something wrong, it was inappropriate, he needs to not do that. Next thing you know, he's the victim and you're the bad one. So I can almost see that. Oh, and here. So remember when he said, if you know that one thing you don't want to lose Tiff, then don't fuck around. I won't ever again. Yeah. So he has admitted that he fucked around with other women, If you listen to Cry's call, there's another call with another person, with him or any other involved. Okay, wait. An admission of guilt, as if any more were needed. If you've listened to Cry's call with him or read any other involved person's DMs at this point, though, so it looks like there's other calls from other people. Looks like we're at the end of the tweet. Okay, we'll just finish this. Okay, we'll just finish this. Shoot, let me go ahead and okay, 10 minutes, guys, because it really feels weird to leave it undone. You know what I mean? We've come so far. Loud. Sorry. Cry was his assistant. Is this the community manager that was sociologist that was apparently crying for some reason, even though the document never mentioned them? From his ex's basement straight back to his mom's, the character development is amazing. Correction, this was before any of the Twitlongers. This was after the backlash from him banning the girls from Discord. That's fascinating. Okay, so guys, this was before any of these Twitlongers. That call was purely because his girlfriend at the time found out about the girls and got mad at him, and so he banned the girls, and this was because of that, the backlash of that. He's a lord, he does not deserve the family's love and attention like Lord he is. Interesting. Let's see. When he attends therapy, he's gonna come back with a core fan base. He's a control freak with a god complex. He can't accept any sort of accountability. Plus, he knew what he did was wrong. You don't hide things from your GF. Yup. And in a way, I think D&D, I said it in the chat, but I don't know if it, picked up by anybody, but... Oh, no, don't do that. What I was saying is, I think that's why he liked being a DM so much. He's a control freak and he's got a god complex. That allowed him to control every aspect of, the game and, what the characters were doing and happening to them, as well as being literally a god, an omniscient being that got to, do everything. Cry's recording is about 10 minutes usually, and actually stands on its own without needing any further context, in your opinion. I think we should read Cry's next on the next stream. It's the next stream already scheduled. I need that third call. Fuck. I really need to play some games, but if you guys really want it, I hope I don't, alienate my target audience, because usually I just play, spooky games, mystery games, detective games, indie games, that kind of thing. We're on a roll. I really want to do this, because if I go a week without getting into these, it's going to be rough. So I think this is going to we're strapped in for the long haul, you guys. Okay, what am I doing? I'm fried. I don't even... Okay, so Cry's call. We'll have to read Cry tomorrow. Talks about therapy and cruel irony and so on and so forth. Offers a cameo on the stream like it's some sort of treat for not shunning him. As if anyone would want to be on his stream after hearing this. My ass? Okay, alright. Should I? Let me go over there. We'll get it started. Oh, I've seen this. It's actually not that, It's really not that important. It's just a little awkward. She sums it up perfectly. Arcadum randomly starts talking about a butt pic I posted. So she posted a picture of her butt onto Twitter. Arcadum starts talking about it. No real commentary about this. It was just kind of awkward and uncalled for in our battle D&D space. I'm here to play games, not have my butt discussed. Well, that's the thing though. Like if you post it on your public platform for everybody to see, like are people supposed to never acknowledge it? I mean, I don't know if you could really be mad about him if you post something publicly and then he brings it up. Like, if it were on your OnlyFans and then he started bringing it up, like, you could say that's inappropriate because that's, like, your OnlyFans or whatever. But, like, if you put it on Twitter and then, like, he's your Twitter friend, then, I don't know. Although, you shouldn't do it. Like, I would be too awkward to, maybe I would make a joke. Like, if I knew someone, like a fellow VTuber, and, like, they posted their butt on Twitter, and then, like, I made a joke about it in stream, would that be wrong? Should I pretend the butt pic doesn't exist? I don't know. I think it's just, like, it probably wouldn't have been a big deal, but this guy, like, has zero goodwill or, benefit of the doubt. I don't know. I'm pretty socially inept as well, so don't take what I would do as like, the right thing to do, truthfully. There's time and place. I guess so. But, like, he's a streamer. He streams. He doesn't really meet with these people except in VR. Then again, I guess he streams in VR, too. If someone gets weird about your bikini pic at the beach or something, I guess so. But did he get weird about it, or did he just make a joke about it? I remember the video. He was just like, oh, surprise butt pic or something like that. I don't know. Social media is sort of tantamount to public space, but it depends. Yeah, exactly. Like, if that were her personal Twitter, or, like, her private or whatever Twitter, or her OnlyFans, I don't know. You can mention the butt pic, you just don't really discuss it. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, like, if he had finessed it into the conversation, like, as a quick one-off joke, and then, like, never brought it up again, maybe, but I don't know, maybe because he's Arcadum, he did it really weirdly and creeped everyone out. He was awkward. He said, like, I had to turn off my phone when I saw the pic. I mean, is that weird? Because he's insinuating that she posted it and he wasn't expecting it, and when it popped up in his feed, because I'm assuming they're friends, it surprised him and he had to look away because he has a girlfriend, which he would never cheat on. So, I don't know, that's even less weird, because he's not saying, oh, I like that, or, oh, it's your butt, show us your butt again, you know, he's like, oh, I had to turn my head away when I saw that. Ugh. I don't know. I mean, I'm more easygoing than some, so maybe take that with a grain of salt, but I don't know. In support of Kelly Siren, I was there. We read hers first in the previous stream. I was there alongside a lot of what Kelly was going through with Arcadum. We had a lot of girl talk hangouts to support one another. We shared a lot of things with one another. I was there when he was spam calling her, when he kept sending her DMs, when he would flood her with invites on VR chat while she and I were hanging out, because she thought she was with a guy. Her story is long and painful as well. Seeing firsthand the distress he caused her, I can't imagine how bad it was for all the other girls as well. In support of Fulcona, if you didn't see in chat, remember when I was like, who did he try to say was mentally unstable? People are saying it's possibly Fulcona because he's slandered her before. So, as Fulcona is also apparently an individual who has a real life possible SA, I should just say it, got a sexual assault allegation against him. So, we'll have to read Fulcona's at some point as well. If you complain about work on social media, I don't think you should be fired, but if friends or family see something gross or weird, they should be able to say something to you privately, I guess so. I think he was making a joke, not like he was horrified at her butt, but just like, oh no, it popped up and I had to look away, or something like that. I think he was trying to make a joke. I'll have some leeway there, but that's only because it's probably what I don't know, maybe I wouldn't bring it up at all. Let's see. Fulcona is an interesting woman. I've had one biting disagreement with her, but I never thought she was a bad person until the following events. This is my recollection. Arcadum called me multiple times and was basically talking trash about Fulcona, saying she was a liar. I bet it is her. Saying she was a liar, abuser, that she was trying to ruin his life for no reason. If you read her story, this is absolutely not true, but he was trying to get my support for me to fight for him if she ever went public with her story. This must be her. Trying to paint her in a terrible light. Other women who are posting about Arcadum have either evidence of DMs with this exact behavior or recollection of very similar calls about Fulcona. I recommend you read all of their testaments. Volcona has been through a lot. A lot of her career was impacted by Arcadum as well. I don't know her full story, but I can't speak to her personality beyond the few days I've been in close contact with her. But a lot of her reputation was tarnished by Arcadum and the situation he put her in with Callus Row. If you know of her and your view of her was also impacted by similar dialogues, I would gently advise you that you look at whether your perspective of her is tainted by rumors about her and try to look past these rumors. If so, let her personality and actions now rule your decision rather than what you may have heard of her before. Closing statement. We're here, guys. We're here. Yeah, and here's the thing, like, not all victims are saints. Not all victims are angels. Like, some victims are really, and I'm not saying this is about Volcona. I have zero clue who this person is or what they've been through, but I'm just saying, there's this thing going around where, like, all the people who do bad things, like, have to be, like, really nasty people who are really unkind to the people around them. And, like, all the victims are, like, wonderful saints who would, like, never hurt a fly, you know? Like they're saints, and, like, the bad guys are, you know, the predators, I guess, you know, are evil people. Sometimes predators are really nice, you know, and then they, meanwhile, are doing this. Sometimes the victims are, like, really prickly, unfriendly people that, you know, maybe you don't like, or, like, you know, you find them, you know, equally enraging, but that doesn't matter because it's the actions that matter. He did the same to Tiffany. He also painted her as an awful person to the other girls. Yeah, I'm wondering how much of what he said was true. Because if he did this to Volcona and, like, oh, she's unstable, she's a liar, she's an abuser, she's trying to ruin my life for no reason, and it turns out that that's not true, how much of what he said was about Tiffany was true? Not all victims are angels, but they are victims, yep. Short snippet from Volcona's account. He took advantage of me on the night of the 25th and used my emotional vulnerability to attempt and perform sexual acts with me. Ooh. Yeah, that's actually way more serious. I was reading these because I thought it was just cringe, but if he actually met someone in person, then that's gonna be rough. You missed half the stream and I'm almost glad. Yeah, you should be. Closing statement. I had his back. I defended him in the past before I knew all that I know now. I stayed silent for so long. I encouraged him. I tried to be a good friend to him. You did. You all did. So did every other woman that is speaking out now, and every other woman that is too afraid to speak her truth. I hear a lot of this stuff, like some of the bad stuff also, it has not been released yet. I hope they save it, and that way if this guy tries to pop up like a daisy, like in a month, they can release it, and then the drama channels will get a hold of it and be like, here's updates on the blah 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 tea, you know. So I would almost, like, hold that as an ace, and that way if that comes up, it just ignites it again, so nobody forgets. We made so much great content together. He inspired me so much, he inspired so much love for roleplay, and yet he actively made that incredible and creative space extremely unsafe for so many women for so long. Posting this now, I feel a deep sadness and disappointment, but I also want to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else like this. I'm gonna link their tweets under this thread. I don't know what more to say or do. The truth needed to be heard. I believe that he believes what he says about them. Doesn't mean he's right, just as he has an exceptionally negative view of women around him. Yeah, it's really weird that every single woman around him is like, you know, like all 12 of them, you know, and here's the thing, like, if everybody around you is crazy, then maybe it's not them, maybe it's you, you know? That's almost like one of those red flags where it's like, if you, you know, like you go to date someone and they say like they've had like 10 exes and all of them are psycho people that are like really awful and dangerous, you know, it may not be them, it may be, I mean, it could be them, but also, you know, she just may say that that's the case even when it's not. And in fact, if things go sour between both of you, she may say you're psycho, and, you know, make sure you have your receipts. I don't know. And that's the thing, like, it's perception. And this guy's perception is that he's, you know, a good boy, and that, you know, it was just a cruel dice roll of fate or whatever. I really hope that nobody forgets this. Yeah, and this is good. This is one of the reasons I also wanted to read this, is that it's really good learning material. Watch for this kind of stuff. Don't let anyone do this to you, okay? More gross if he did that than called her names, made fun of her mental health, and tried to ruin her credibility. Yeah. It's really weird how he's saying she's insane, and then meanwhile, they actually met up in real life and he tried to, like, perform stuff with her. And we're put out of the woods. Yeah, you're out of the woods for now, guys. Thank you for joining me on this horrible journey through the cringe. We've got so many to read. If you do want to join me, I guess tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, I'm going to be out tomorrow, but if I do get a chance to stream, we're probably going to be doing Cry. I don't know if I should read Volcona's so soon. I should probably maybe do the lighter ones and then get to maybe the more serious ones, because that one's going to be a bombshell. There's even an account linked in Naomi's Twitter thread with a perspective from one of Arcadum's long-term friends who is not a girl and is able to give a male perspective on the whole thing. It's also very insightful and well-written. Really? Okay, I should probably stop reading off of Momo's thread and move on to Naomi's thread, who is this person right here. So, it wasn't Fulcona that he was calling crazy. Fulcona was a while ago and was kept hush. Okay. Okay, so apparently, though, he did call her a liar, abusive, trying to ruin his life for no reason. So, is it possible that you know, he said this about Fulcona, but the insane thing and, like, the mentally unwell thing, that was somebody else? Boy, they sure are mounting up, isn't it? He convinced others against her. Yeah, and that's the worst thing, like, to treat someone so poorly and then tell everybody else that you're the problem. And so you end up losing your friends and or possibly your work, your business. Any game will do. We need to detox. That's a good point. I should find like a quick. I have one called Burger. What is it? Somebody recommended this, Burger and Frights by Donitz. It's a free itch.io one. So that's something to keep in mind. I can do that one real quick. But should I just launch into this tomorrow, or should I try that one real quick? Maybe if I beat it quickly, I can end the stream and then do, like, the reading stream. We need to become immune to the cringe. Yeah, my god, this, at some point, this stopped being cringe and just absolutely infuriating, you know what I mean? Borger indeed. Borger indeed. Dinner with an Owl is a short and free game. Dinner with an Owl, let me Google that real quick. Well, guys, I'm glad you oh my god, that's interesting looking. The screenshots of this are really, interesting looking. Okay, I'll have to, either that one or the burger, the Borger. So, we'll look at that. Lestat played it and dying in real life! No! Burger and Frights is good. Lestat, no! Okay. Well, hopefully you guys got to give your point of view too. That's why I like these streams. Like, if you disagree with me, great. If you feel the same way, great. If you see something that nobody else is seeing, point it out, great. It's a good way for you to see these things and, like, vent on stream about how disgusted you are. I don't know, it just feels really nice. Dinner with an Owl. Oh, Marco Player played this a while back. Interesting. What time will you continue this tomorrow? Hopefully 5 p.m. Hopefully. Yeah, cringing is one reaction a lot can produce. I think at this point we just want to learn how to be better from stories like this. And yeah, if you look at what your own actions are, I doubt any of you are like this. But, you know, hopefully now that it's been drilled into your head so much, if you see it in someone else, you'll know. If you start to see it in your own, then hopefully you'll be able to steer yourself out of it. I died, but it was cool. Can't remember. I guess that's why you're a frog ghost, then. Thanks for covering this because I feel like it cannot get enough attention. This downfall... Oh, I'm sorry. It cannot get enough attention. This guy deserves to have all eyes on him. I normally hate celebrating someone's downfall, but this guy's too much. Yeah, and, I was about to say it's not that serious. It's just really nasty behavior from someone that was supposed to be a friend. But if what Fulcana, what happened to her was true, then it is more serious. And I think maybe the police need to look into that. Because the court of public opinion is really good for, man, you did something really mean and gross, and you should feel bad. Like, that's what the court of public opinion is for, you know, like public shaming. But if he actually committed a crime, then the police definitely need to move in on that. You know what I mean? So... God, yeah, that's a little bit more serious. Yikes. Always the best horror stream I've ever watched. Yeah, this was kind of a horror stream, right? Also, according to D&D statistics, only 17.8% of people who play my D&D campaign are actually friends. So if you end up liking this campaign, consider friending. It's free, and you can always unfriend and join the video. Guys, only 17.8% of you guys actually subscribe, alright? I've done the math. I've done the numbers, alright? It's just a cruel twist of fate. Or maybe I should be a better YouTuber then, huh? Stream more regularly, you know, play more games, listen to people more, be more active on Discord, you know what I mean? Like, if there's something in your life that isn't going well, you know, you could do what he does and just be like, it's a cruel twist of fate. Or you could actually, like, really think about it. And sometimes it's hard because it hurts, you know, to realize that maybe you're not doing, you know, things that would result in a better result. But you gotta look inside, and looking inside is painful. Let's see. Spooky, yeah. He is a DM. Being a DM requires trust. He lost his right to be trusted. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Have you recalculated for different ethnicities, though? Fuck, you're right. I've got some people from Argentina. I gotta crunch the numbers all over again. No! From what I heard, it was more of a super awkward, cringy advance that got turned down, but not for lack of trying that made her feel really uncomfortable. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, there's a thin line between being really forward and gross to straight up, like, sexual harassment. If he put his hands on her and she was telling him no, then I think that's... Is that assault or harassment? Like, if you grab someone's arm, that's technically not sexual assault, that's like... It's not battery. What is it? I don't know any of the terms, unfortunately, but yeah, we'll have to read through it, because some people say, sometimes people are like, oh, I was sexually assaulted. You know, he put his arm around me when we were sitting on a couch, and it's like, I mean, that's an unwanted advance, but that's not technically sexual assault, you know what I mean? Which, I mean, it doesn't mean that, you know, I'm sure you were very uncomfortable and it was you know, maybe a bad thing to do if you know, you guys weren't a couple, but, you know, I think that's the wrong term to use. So, just like grooming was thrown around, I don't know if it's grooming because they're all of sound mind and adults, and they only knew him for like a year, so, I don't know, less than a year, well, no, a year, so, I don't know, we'll see, we'll have to argue about the terminology, and I'm sure I'll have an incredibly bad take about it, so, look forward to that. Also from Argentina. Got a lot of people from Argentina. I don't know how you found me, but dang. He rubbed again. Oh, is this the... I thought that was in VR. Is this the humping from behind while crying? Was that her? I was under the impression it happened in VR. The forms would be sexual harassment, assault, and rape. Okay, yeah, so if you're on a couch and you, like, wrap your arm around someone's shoulder, is that even sexual harassment? Because technically you're not touching anything sexual. Because you can throw your arm around someone and, like, have it not be sexual and stuff. I don't know. That's the thing. I find it really hard because a lot of times it's, like, a gray area. Like, if you put your hand on the knee, is that sexual? What if about you put your hand on their elbow? Or the top of their head? I don't know. I would be a terrible lawyer because I'm just like, but is it? Is it really? It's so gray. And then I would get shouted at for not, like, automatically agreeing with it. It's legit when he said, I legit thought when he said a bit about different ethnicities, he was pretending to be different ethnicities and see it, that got him more friends. That's so funny. Oh my god. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but Volcano's account could maybe be described as dry humping. No intercourse involved, but serious pushing. And yeah, if he's grinding his pelvis on your pelvis or some other part of your body, that's sexual, definitely. Was it not in VR? Yeah, because in video games, I'm a lot less, you know, I find it a lot less serious. Like, because teabagging was a thing that tons of kids did and had done to them, you know, and it's just a mass of pixels that you're looking at. It's not actually you. Elbows are the most sexual part of the body. Well, it is called the weenus, I think, the tip of the elbow. Found you while I was in high school 6 years ago, and I was checking Yarg AR Lakeview Cabin. Yeah, Lakeview Cabin is how everybody knows me. And that's a trick. If you're hoping to get noticed, play something big as soon as it comes out, because everybody is going to be wanting to see their favorites play it, and if they like the game and their favorite person played it but, like, didn't finish it or is only on part 1 and they really want to see more, they'll go to YouTube and look for other people playing it. Well, there aren't a lot of ghost streaming, you know. Sexual assault is usually groping or more physical acts, but arm around and hand on knee could be between, but counted as sexual harassment as it's unwanted, but not as physical. Yeah, see, that's a good point. What about if you put your hand on their foot, you know, or like their shoe? Like, is that sexual harassment? Is it? Let's see. Volcano's account was very much a real life thing. No VR. Okay, I'll because I had heard that it was in VR. Okay, so when I was saying, hey, he apparently humped someone while crying in VR, that's not in VR, guys. It's a little bit more serious. It's way more serious than that. Teabag is better than carrying your teammates. C4ing your teammates. That's what I do with the game. I don't think there's any laws for harassing people in a virtual space unless it's, like, verbally in text. Yeah, exactly. Although, yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, there shouldn't be. Like, I remember that one reporter that tried to say she was raped in, like, Grand Theft Auto, and, like, what it was is that some GTA Online people had, like, they had a humping animation. They managed to, like, they managed to, like, do something to the game where they were able to, like, hump people, and she was like, I was raped. It's like, I don't think that's... you know, it's a character, you know, you were not... And I don't think there's any genitals anyway, so... Your argument, like, illegally download the game, had a really bad PC at the game. Started playing Lakeview. Someone touching you foot to move it out of the way is different to someone caressing their foot with the other. Yeah, exactly. It's so gray. Like if I reach under the table and like firmly grasp your foot while making eye contact, that's weird. But like if I like kick your foot with mine or like I nudge it out of the way, that's so different. Like it's so different because like touching a foot could be in like 5 different ways. There's too much gray. I don't know what to do with it. He also engaged in very questionable shit in VR, just to be clear. I'm gonna have to look up some of these streams. I have never seen, like, VR chat, really, you know? And I have, like, an HTC Vive, but I don't do social stuff, because, God, help me, I can't. Not sure what the implications are of that, but it was a separate thing from the real-life allegations. By now, there should be compilations of what he did in VR chat. Like, there has to be somewhere. I need to, in my off time, start looking that up. If you guys want to look that up and you find something gold, please tell me. I'll play it on stream. Lakeview Cabin for me as well, and I binged everything. Yep. Hope it's been a good ride. What do you think she would have said about Second Life? Holy shit, that just unlocked a memory. I remember when me, like, a bunch of other little kids discovered Second Life, and we definitely did a bunch of absolutely inappropriate shit. Because it was just a video game, like, it didn't mean anything, you know? Oh man, Second Life. That was a pretty freaking cool game, you know? But I did learn way more stuff than I didn't know originally. Apparently I heard in Berkeley, couples need a written consent to do kiss and hug or something like that. And see, that's really tough too, because you know when people say you always need consent? Well, I mean, what about couples? Like, have you asked consent for every single kiss that you've given or shared? Like, if you, you know, wake up and like, or you're about to leave for work and like you kiss your wife or girlfriend goodbye, like, you technically didn't ask for consent. You assumed consent, right? And everybody's saying you can't. But it's like, you can't always ask for consent. That doesn't make sense. Especially if you're in an established relationship. If you've never, like, done anything with a person before, you probably should. But, I mean, I don't know. Because, like, when things unfold naturally, nobody stands up and announces, do I have your consent? You know? It's so difficult. It's so weird. I don't know. It's just scary. You know what? In today's world, I would probably record yourself asking for consent. Just in case. Just in case. I believe rape and sexual assault are used interchangeably, but harassment is assault or other things that make you uncomfortable. I don't think there's any video evidence of the VR stuff, but it's covered in the other girls' Twitlongers. Okay, good. Well, at least we'll be able to go over that. It's a good ride for 6 years. I don't know. It's a good ride. That's why I'm still here after 6 years. I don't know how you do it. Gee, thank you for being here. Oh, I should make some Frog Ghosts merch. I should commission that. Would people like that? Frog Ghosts? Like, what if I did different animals? Huh. Because I know some of you guys have, like, animal themes. Like, Kittens is a silver tiger, and Lestat frog, and, I don't know, Olron's a mech. So he's a different kind of furry, you know? Nonverbal consent is going to be a tough one for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Like, if someone puts their arm around you and you lean into them, and then later you're like, well, I never actually said I consented, and it's like, I would honestly just say the best way to protect yourself is don't initiate anything like that unless you've known the person for a really long time and you absolutely trust that person, you know. Sexual harassment involves explicit or implicit sexual overtones when it's unwelcome. Assault is more physical things such as groping is contact, including rape. I see. People nowadays make things too difficult. Yeah, well, things difficult. Yeah, it definitely is difficult. Especially because you do have some bad actors that just decide to maybe try and destroy the person that they feel spurned them by, like, breaking up with them or whatever. And because of them, like, you can't really trust anything. You need, like, proof half the time, otherwise it just turns into, like, oh, I lied because I hated the guy, and then they admit it, and then nothing happens to them for whatever reason. Destiny also goes into a ton of detail on the whole concept of consent and how Arcadum was doing everything possible to avoid getting a verbal no. Yeah, that guy did employ a lot of tricks, didn't he? And so you're being paranoid now. Yeah, I've always been paranoid, man. Just record everyone you know saying yes, so you can face that out. Now, hell yeah, but I don't know if people would really like frogs. I think you could make a really cool frog ghost, though. I would like one. Yes, give us frog ghosts. Okay, yeah, see, Flock of Seekers is up for it. Let's that. Fox Ghost. Okay, Spider Ghost. You know, it is Halloween. I should have some Halloween merch. Shit, I should line some Halloween merch up. Okay, guys, think about what kind of Halloween stickers you want to see. I'm a nose with eyes or something with no pencils, sunglasses. Italian Ghost. It's just gonna have like a plate of it's gonna have spaghetti like floating inside of it. Gee. Someone earlier suggested merch that said I am the 82.2%. Screenshot. Alright, screenshot. Oh, I can't when I have OBS open. Okay, there we go. That's amazing. That's amazing. We should have, like, absolutely. If you guys can think of an Arcadum quote that you want on, like, temporary merch, please tell me. I'll make it happen. Like, on a t-shirt, or a mug, or stickers, probably. They're cheaper. I have to go to work now. Good night. Good night, John. Thanks for making it to the end. To be fair, a very small percentage of sexual assault accusations are false. Most are not reposed, as you rarely get a conviction. Okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm really glad that most of the time it's not false. But man, those bad actors make me nervous. Because I'm always like, well, this is he said, she said, who should I side with, you know? There's no proof either way. The best bet right now is just to state what you immediately want to present an exit for somebody, maybe. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to lay your cards out, okay? But here's the thing, you really need to be good friends before this point. If you're trying to, like, hook up with someone randomly that you barely know at a party, for the love of God, don't do that. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons not to. Like, they could have a disease, they could have a boyfriend who, like, finds out and, like, bashes your car in, you know, they could be a kidnapper, you know, they could do all sorts of things. Or they could wake up the next day and be like, that was a mistake. Hey guys, I was too drunk. So, be careful. Box Ghost, that would be cool. Namir and Funny Cute Halloween costume stickers. Yeah, I'm getting my costume ready for the Halloween month. 17.8% emo. Okay guys, I'll make a 17.8% and then I'll have the other percent. So you guys can decide which percent you want to be a part of. That's why I don't play Among Us. Oh my god, fucking sus. Can you believe the nerve of this guy? I'm such a cruel, calculating mastermind, but that you don't want to play Among Us with me. This guy. Sympathy gauge. Oh, sympathy gauge. And then I should have it, like, on empty. Okay, that's another screenshot. That's a good one. I can have it, like, an RPG style, like, gauge running out. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'll have to think about how to do that. Bashes your car, bashes your head. Yup. The people who make false accusations make it harder for others to come forward with fear of being seen as lying. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that if you get caught lying, and I don't just mean like, oh, you couldn't prove it, or there's no proof one way or another, but as if like there's actual evidence of you telling other people, like your friends or whatever, that you lied about the allegation. I think they should do like a similar prison time. And again, let me reiterate, this isn't for people who can't prove it. I mean actual proof of them admitting to other people or confiding in other people that they lied about it. I think that should have a similar sentence. I saw a video of this chick that got really mad. She was in Israel. It was an Israeli taxi driver. And or maybe it was Uber driver, I don't know. Either way, the lady got in, right? And she was like smoking, and he was like, you can't smoke in the car. And she was like, I'm gonna smoke anyway. And she's like, no, you can't smoke in the car. I'm not gonna start the car unless you like throw that cigarette out. And she got really angry, like she made a massive Karen. But then what she did was she whipped out her phone and was like, if you don't like do what I want, I'm gonna call the cops right now and tell them that you tried to rape me. And he's like, and here's the thing, he was recording, like she didn't know this, but he had a camera like stuck in the little like cup holder thing right below the radio, so he was filming the whole thing. And then so she just dialed the police and started screaming like, oh my god, he just started to rape me, and and like I don't know if she was like kind of like hitting herself or scratching herself, I don't, but this was like 4 years ago, but yeah, and just did it, and then when the cops came, the guy tried to explain, but they were like manhandling him and they wouldn't listen. But he had that videotape, thank god, and guess what happened to her? Nothing, absolutely nothing. So that's why it just makes me really sad when I see these bad actors, because, who knows how many lives have been ruined that maybe weren't quite the case. They really should have included the Among Us quote at the end of the Gaslight YAGAMI video. I'm sad that they cut it off. I'm an over-empath. Yeah, he said he was like an over-empath or an ultra-empath. A picture of Machiavelli looking smug with the Among Us quote. 100% people have had their lives ruined by known false accusations, but all the police do is say we wiped the slate clean, but their name and life will always be associated. Yeah. People are disgusting. It makes me so sad. Even doing that, people can abuse that by bringing up a time they misspoke or misremembered something to get them in trouble. A line for malicious lying and accidentally could be hard in court. Well, I don't know, if you're like talking to your friend and you're like, yeah, fuck that guy, I hate him, so I told the police that he raped me, you know, and it's, but then again, I guess that she didn't admit it, you know, in that particular example. And, you know, well, if the friend is like, well, did he really? And she's like, no, but I want him to fucking suffer. That right there, that should be proper proof, in my opinion. Because some of that, believe it or not, people brag. People are dumb. They say it and they get caught, and then the guy goes free, but nothing happens to them. So, reminds me of the HC video where the girl freaks out over a hula girl ornament and tries to get the driver fired over that. I remember that. Back when H3 was doing, you know, really cool things. Crazy stuff. Always have a video camera, always have an audio recorder, because remember, as long as you're not doing anything wrong, it can only protect you. In my case, have been people charged with perverting the course of justice for false accusations that have come to court, so it's a small improvement. Well, good. Freaking good. Alright, well, we're done here. Thanks for coming by, guys. It was God, I don't know how you're doing it, about 4.5 hours. I'm dead. These are some cheery themes to talk about. Yeah, I guess it hasn't been a very cheery stream. It's been a very enraging and, you know, like, I'm just tired. Like, because there's no fixing this guy. There's no explaining it to him, you know? Even after all this, possibly the worst punishment he can get, you know? Aside from jail. And he's still not gonna learn a thing. I'm just sad. I'm just really sad. I don't know. Is always having a camera a real suggestion? Because boy oh boy, much of us would. Well, I mean, most of us have phones with us, like, most of the time, you know, even at school they're in our pockets. So if I were you, I'd have like an app where you can just hook it up to a, you know, a shortcut where as soon as you hit the shortcut, it brings up and it starts recording audio and visuals. So good thing to have. People have been saved doing that before, you know. Drink water, please. Yeah, yep. You came here to be scared. Good. A sticker where you're sitting on a giant pumpkin, and one where one of the ghostlings is inside a jack-o'-lantern. Nice. Maybe a little flustered. Oh, I gotta save my money for that. That's gonna look so good if I do that, though. Oh, yeah, and then she complained when people called her out. Yeah, yep. I believe there's a Siri command you can use that starts recording automatically. That's useful. Okay, for all you Apple phone users out there, that'll help. Cringe resistance point plus 50. It's best used for when you're getting pulled over by a cop. Very good idea. Very good idea. Yeah, especially if one decides to throw a little baggie in your backseat or something. Alright. Well, thanks for coming by, guys. Hopefully it gives us all a bit of introspection and you know, guards us against anyone trying to use us in the future. Thanks for coming by, and I appreciate you sticking with me. We'll probably continue this tomorrow, even though I really should do a game. Okay. Bye. See ya.